Cloud is up.
I believe the PC recording hasn't been done yet.
All right, PC recording has to stop. I mean, cloud recording has to stop so that PC recording can proceed.
All right, recording. Cloud recording is good.
Sergeant Jones, can you give your opening, please?
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing on the Committee on Contracts. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or on silent. And if you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. And again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. And thank you for your cooperation. And Chair, we are ready to begin.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Today is the day before Thanksgiving, and we're here to talk about how we as a city can do better at feeding the hungry and helping those who need it most during this pandemic. I want to welcome you to this virtual hearing of the Contracts Committee of the New York City Council. My name is Ben Kalis, and I have the privilege of chairing this committee. For those of you who are watching remotely, please feel free to participate in this hearing. You can tweet questions that you have for me, for providers, for the administration at Ben Kalos. I want to start with a huge thank you to former Contracts Chair Helen Rosenthal, who has joined us today for her leadership on this issue, and Keith Powers, a committee member who is here bright and early. After promising to fully fund indirect costs with $54 million in November of last year, Mayor de Blasio announced in this July, that he would be cutting the city's reimbursements for these costs, both retroactively and moving forward. Prior to this, Mayor de Blasio's executive plan in April cut indirect funding by nearly 40% to $34 million because he said he was right-sizing, which was to say that they budgeted too much, and they provided assurances for providers that reimbursements from the last fiscal year would not be impacted, and that people would still get paid, that it was just a right-sizing. Human service providers are now in trouble, having already spent the funds they're relying on for this reimbursement, and they're only seeing a de minimis 10%, and some of them are getting 60%, but somehow they're supposed to get through this pandemic. And during this pandemic, my biggest question is, if the city said they were going to pay the money and now they're saying no, where are they supposed to get this money? Especially as we are celebrating Thanksgiving, everyone is stretched thin and are hungry. Those with the highest needs are leaning on our human service providers more now than ever. This isn't a new issue. In August, we joined with Councilmember Rosenthal and 18 other council members in a letter demanding the restoration of these funds. When we didn't hear back on that letter, we actually had a rally demanding a restoration of these funds in September with our borough president, Gail Brewer, Councilmember Rosenthal, and other council members. And this is the next step. We're holding a hearing on this, and we expect answers. There's only one right answer, which is we will find the money for these providers. Since we've been going through all this, we've had conversations with the provider community, and we discovered that roughly 330 human service providers opted for a higher rate. This is something we want to hear confirmed from the Mayor's Office of Contracts, which meant that they could cover basic operating expenses, appropriate pay for their staff, and albeit at the cost of a public accountant. And all these efforts now seem for naught. In many cases, these funds have already been spent, and these providers are awaiting reimbursement from the city. And so just to be clear, what we're talking about is if we're going to have a youth center, it would be nice if the city would also pay for heat so the children can feel their fingers while they're trying to play with their toys. Similarly, for seniors, it would be nice if we could turn on the lights And these are just some examples of indirect costs. I want to thank tremendous committee staff, our legislative counsel, Alex Polinoff, our policy analyst, Leah S., finance analyst, Frank Sarno, finance unit head, John Russell, for all of their hard work. We have a tremendous number of human service providers who are planning to testify today. We have 31. In conversations, I tend to want to offer people 5 minutes because of the serious number of folks who have turned out. I think we've all agreed that we're going to try to stick to, I believe, 3 minutes. We are coordinating a list. Wilfredo in my office is working with Human Services Council to maintain it. With 31 folks, we're going to do our best to try to text you, let you know when you are on deck, when you will be coming up. The order is not by order of importance or anything like that, is literally an order of when folks said, this is my window for when I think I could testify. If you've ever been to one of these hearings, it's kind of a game of hurry up and wait. And we wanted to try to get rid of that pain point. So please feel free to reach out, and we'll try to do our best to make it as easy as possible for you to testify today. Just by way of timing, it is about 10:15. We will hear from the administration. We are hoping that they're somewhere around 15 minutes in testimony, hopefully not much longer. We will hear questions from members that will probably take us to about 10:45 or 11 before we start hearing from our providers. And just for the first 3 providers on deck, we'll be hearing from Human Services Council, Lutheran Social Services, Brooklyn Community Services, and Isaac Center. That will probably take us at least to 11:15, 11:30. So just a way of giving folks some idea of what the day entails. It's going to be a long day. Folks will be working late the night before Thanksgiving, and I appreciate that and everything that human service providers do. If you would like to submit testimony, you can submit it within 72 hours of this hearing, and you can submit it at council.nyc.gov/ I believe testify, and please send a copy to contracts@benkalos.com. I will now turn it over to our moderator, Committee Counsel Alex Polinoff, to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair Kalos. As the chair mentioned, I am Alex Polinoff, counsel to the Contracts Committee of the New York City Council. Before we begin testimony, I would like to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called upon to testify, at which point you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists individually to testify, so please listen for your name to be called. The first panelist to give testimony today will be the Deputy Director for Policy and Partnerships at the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, Jennifer Geiling. Deputy Director Aaron Villari will also be available for questioning today. I will call on each of you shortly when it is time to begin testimony. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question of the administration or of a specific panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function, and we will call on you in the order that you raised your hand. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, which includes the time it takes to answer questions. Please note that for the ease of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questions for each panelist outside of the chair's questions. All hearing participants should submit written testimony, as the chair mentioned, to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Before we begin, I will administer the oath. To all members of the administration who will be offering testimony or will be available for questions, please raise your right hands. I will be calling on each of you individually for a response. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee today, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Director Geiling.
I do.
Deputy Director Villari.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Director Geiling, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good morning. Good morning, Chair Kalos and members of the Contracts Committee. As you heard, my name is Jennifer Geiling, and I serve as the Deputy Director for the Social Services Task Force in our Procurement Operations Division at the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, MOCS. I am joined by my colleague, Aaron Villari, Deputy Director for our Procurement Operations Division. Thank you for the opportunity to describe the work the City Implementation Team, CIT, has led over the past 14 months to achieve a major breakthrough in recognizing and funding indirect costs associated with the delivery of human services. This is an issue that nonprofit providers have championed for many years across at least 2 New York City mayoral administrations and various funding communities nationwide. Through our partnership with the sector, we have now established New York City as the first large municipality in the country to recognize and invest in providers' indirect costs. Our nonprofit partners deliver vital services to our city's 5 boroughs, including some of our most vulnerable neighbors. In fact, Mayor de Blasio has deemed their critical work to be essential during the current state of emergency. The administration has worked closely with the sector over the years and during this crisis period to reduce administrative challenges, increase cash flow, and create a more open dialogue. A significant component of our shared conversations has been the need to recognize indirect costs as legitimate and necessary to providing services. Indirect costs represent costs that do not directly contribute to the delivery of services, but impact the effective operation of an organization. For example, the salary of an organization's accountant, or the depreciation cost of a computer that is used to manage an organization. These are both indirect costs. An indirect cost rate is a ratio expressed as a percentage of the indirect costs to a direct cost base. Recognizing and funding these indirect costs and indirect cost rates are not issues that are unique to New York City. Municipalities across the country, along with foundations, have been grappling with these concepts as well. In my testimony today, I will provide background on how the city, in partnership with the sector, has led an indirect cost policy and practice, and then describe the Indirect Cost Rate Funding Initiative, ICR funding initiative. The City Cost Manual, Recognizing Indirect Costs. This administration has led the way in moving the needle in the national indirect cost dialogue. The first step was developing and adopting in fiscal year 2020, the city's Health and Human Services Cost Policy and Procedures Manual, the Cost Manual. 2 years in the making, the Cost Manual establishes, for all city health and human services contracts, what costs are direct, indirect, allowable, and unallowable. Previously, cost treatment varied across contracts. What may have been allowable in one program may have been unallowable in another. And what were deemed direct costs in one agency may have been indirect in another. This disparate treatment created administrative challenges and expenses for providers, as well as confusion, especially for those that manage multiple city contracts at the same time. Understandably, the sector called for a single framework and pushed for alignment with federal guidance. The Cost Manual realizes both goals. Like programmatic costs themselves, indirect cost rates were historically subject to varied calculations and treatment within city contracts. While this administration has long been committed to recognizing at least a 10% indirect cost rate for our city contracts, the Cost Manual took indirect cost rates to the next level. With the adoption of the Cost Manual, we recognize that every organization has a different cost structure and indirect cost rate, and now have a uniform framework for organizations to submit those rates and the city to accept them. Leveraging the federal guidance, providers with federal negotiated indirect cost rate agreements, NICRAs, can submit those rates to the CIT for city acceptance and use them in developing contract budgets. For those providers that do not have a federal rate, the city offers 2 options for claiming, both also based off federal guidance. First, providers can claim a 10% de minimis indirect cost rate without any upfront verification documentation. Alternatively, a provider can calculate its indirect cost rate through a range of acceptable methods, have that calculation verified by an independent certified public accountant, and submit the rate and verification documentation to the CIT for city acceptance and use. This indirect cost rate policy is a breakthrough. It standardizes budgeting practices, centralizes activity, and recognizes each organization's unique structure. The cost manual sets a precedent that we encourage foundations and other municipalities to consider in order to establish a cohesive operating environment for our nonprofit providers. The Indirect Cost Rate Funding Initiative. In June 2019, with the adoption of the city's budget, Speaker Johnson and Mayor de Blasio announced that the New York City Council and the administration agreed not only to adopt the cost manual, but to also make an investment to close the gap between existing indirect cost rate funding and actual indirect costs. Remaining true to a core principle that each provider has a unique individual cost rate and recognizing the varied treatment across human services contracts, the city went into this investment with a commitment to identify the true indirect costs within each of the thousands of active city contracts. This unprecedented approach gave rise to the CIT, co-led by MOX and the Mayor's Office of Management and Budget, OMB, which was charged with implementing the ICR funding initiative by establishing and managing the claiming process. In November 2019, the CIT, in partnership with Council Finance, launched that process. This was a monumental undertaking that was accomplished through collaboration with the Nonprofit Resiliency Committee, the New York City Council, the New York State Society of Certified Public Accountants, the Provider Executive Director ICR Work Group, and city agencies. The design of the claiming process considered the range of providers that do business with the City of New York. Our first step was to convene a work group of executive directors from nonprofits and membership organizations, the Provider Executive Director ICR Work Group, to advise with our planning and implementation design. We established a process that runs 18 months from the date of the fiscal year 2020 adopted budget, allowing providers time to organize their operations in order to claim. Based on the recommendation of our Provider Executive Director ICR Work Group, we created a conditional indirect cost rate, which allowed organizations that knew they had a rate higher than 10%, but didn't yet have the verification documentation, to claim a rate of up to 12% for fiscal year 2020 funding. This opportunity was available on the condition that the provider obtain an accepted indirect cost rate in fiscal year 2021. Finally, we created a range of resources and support services. Worksheets, checklists, videos, webinars, and job aids, which are all available online at nyc.gov/nonprofits. We also have a central service desk that stands at the ready to answer specific questions from providers and certified public accountants with a developed escalation path to ensure appropriate and timely responses. A global pandemic hits the city. CIT maintains operations and sector communication. 4 months into the rollout of the claiming process, the global COVID-19 pandemic hit the city like nothing we've seen before. Despite massive displacement, the CIT claiming process remained intact. Providers continued to submit indirect cost rate claims, and the CIT oversaw reviews and approvals. We connected with every single provider that submitted an entryway form in fiscal year 2020, and more than 90% of providers that entered the process saw it through to completion. We also continued to release constant communications so nonprofits could stay abreast of new resources, information, and upcoming deadlines. Communication has been a hallmark of our work since we first created the CIT. If you visit the Indirect Implementation webpage, you will see an archive of more than 52 emails, each to more than 3,600 provider executives and staff, virtually one email for every week since we launched the initiative. We also share our weekly communications with membership organizations and city agencies so that they can distribute them through their networks. As we near key milestones, we send targeted communications to specific provider groups and conduct one-on-one outreach. We have also met with the Provider Executive Director ICR Work Group throughout the initiative. All of this has been maintained throughout the past 9 months. When the budgetary fallout of COVID-19 began to come into view during fiscal year 2021 budget negotiations, the administration and City Council were faced with drastic declines in revenue and together made challenging cuts across the city's budget. The ICR funding initiative was no exception. We were grateful that the investment remained, but it was reduced. Providers who had accepted indirect cost rates in fiscal year 2020 would receive budget amendments of either 60% of their accepted fiscal year 2020 amendment value, or funding equal to a 10% indirect cost rate, whichever amount was higher. With this policy, providers could maximize their funding within the current budget realities, and the city remained true to its ongoing commitment to funding contracts with at least a 10% indirect cost rate. In practice, this meant providers who had already claimed the 10% de minimis rate saw no changes to their expected fiscal year 2020 additional funding, while others experienced additional funding at a lower than expected level. While MOX does not play a role in budget negotiations, as a principal member of the CIT, we were part of the team tasked with announcing the city's policy for implementing the adjusted funding and updating the indirect cost rate amendment process to reflect the changes. As soon as the fiscal year 2020 funding policy was established, the CIT immediately announced it to the Provider Executive Director ICR work group in a conference call conversation and issued a letter later that day to the sector, which can be found on our webpage. Additionally, we hosted 3 live webinars, posted a recording to our website, and developed tools to support agencies and providers with the amendment adjustments. Looking ahead, we understand the challenges faced by the City Council and the administration when negotiating the fiscal year 2021 budget and the disappointment of providers who expected full additional funding. Our work for the remaining weeks is to ensure that the indirect cost rate claiming and funding allocations are managed through a timely, central, transparent, and uniform process. We continue to leverage technology in this pursuit, maximizing use of HHS Accelerator and Passport. The fiscal year 2021 application deadline is December 1st, and the initiative closes on December 31st. We have worked closely with city contracted providers to ensure they have the information and resources they need to enter the process and successfully complete it before the end of the year. It is critical that all providers enter the process so that they may use their true indirect cost rates to design their contract budgets, receive fiscal year 2021 funding, and be in a position to receive any additional indirect cost rate funding that may become available in the future. The city values the tremendous work of the nonprofit community and the critical services they deliver to improve the lives of countless New Yorkers. Establishing a process for recognizing and paying indirect costs reflects the significance of our partnership and our commitment to the sector. We recognize that this continues to be a difficult situation for all parties as the city addresses the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 crisis. But we look forward to the City Council and administration restoring full funding levels as soon as the budgetary environment permits. Thank you. We are happy to answer any questions about the CIT or the initiative.
Thank you, Deputy Director Geiling. I will now turn it over to questions from the chair. Panelists from the administration, please stay unmuted if possible during this question and answer period. And a reminder to Chair Kallos that you will be in control of muting and unmuting yourself during this period. Chair Kallos, you may begin.
I believe you stated this in your testimony, but who sets the budget, who made these cuts, and who has the power to fund these nonprofits? And if it is not you who is able to say yes today, then who?
I'll take that question. Thank you, Chair Kallos. The FY21 adopted budget was negotiated by the City Council and administration, and we expect that any future funding for this initiative will be negotiated through the standard budget process.
I'm going to throw some examples at you, and if you can help me tell me whether things are indirect costs with a yes, no, or maybe. I think a lot of what we do in government can be incredibly inaccessible even to those who work in government. Let's start with utilities. So heat to keep clients warm, is that an indirect cost?
Heat can be both an indirect cost and a direct cost.
Light, so workers and clients can actually see what they're doing.
Light can be both an indirect cost and a direct cost.
Power, so clients can turn on music, internet, or even TV.
Can be both an indirect cost and a direct cost.
They're going to be in facilities, so maintenance. So we have a bathroom in our office, and the plumber is a close friend by this point. So the plumber to fix the bathroom.
Can be both an indirect cost and a direct cost.
Keeping things clean, like taking out the trash, and during this pandemic, cleaning surfaces.
Can be both an indirect cost and a direct cost.
I guess it seems like there's an assumption here, and you can correct my assumption, but that the city doesn't actually pay the full cost. And so these providers need to get more money from somewhere, so they have to do fundraising. So if they hire somebody whose job it is to actually do fundraising and development to cover the cost that the city doesn't, is that indirect cost?
Fundraising is not an indirect cost. Fundraising is an unallowable cost.
In order to do business with the city, they need audited financials. In order to participate in this indirect process, they need to hire a CPA. Is that a direct or indirect cost?
That is, can be a direct cost or an indirect cost.
So given the fact that they can be, I see Jennifer raised her hand, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think, appreciate the specific questions. And we do encourage providers that do have these very specific nuanced questions to reach out to us. We've been doing, as I mentioned before, outreach over the course of the initiative. That's our role, is to help providers and CPA firms understand how to use the cost manual in order to make these determinations. And I think that's a piece that I just want to bring back into this conversation and into your questions. The cost manual, Chair Kallos, really is the foundation for making these decisions, whether it be identifying allowable, unallowable, direct, indirect, also for setting a framework for calculating your indirect cost rate. As we mentioned in the testimony, individual organizations are structured differently, organized differently, and the cost manual is that guidance document to make those determinations as they apply to each specific program that they're contracted for.
If somebody is having difficulty with this part of the problem, not getting paid, which is the larger problem, but just making these determinations, I know that they can email me at contracts@benkallos.com. Who can they email? What is the email address for MOX and the city?
Sure, thanks for asking. It's help@mox.nyc.gov. It goes to a support group that has been managing the questions for the past 18 months or so. They're able to support most of the questions that come in. And as I mentioned in the testimony, we do have an established escalation path into the CIT where we can jump in and go even deeper. We've had, every day we have multiple calls with providers, CPA firms, membership organizations to support them in moving through the process successfully.
In your testimony, you stated, quote, the initiative is closing on December 31st. Does that mean the deadline being December 1st and December 31st for the previous fiscal year? Or does this mean like this program is done and folks can't even get access to the 10% after December 31st? I'm requesting clarification.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking. So the initiative really kicked off in July of 2019. And as I mentioned before, and as you're recalling, we purposely created a longer timeline than just one fiscal year to allow folks the time to organize and submit. What the deadlines mean is for those organizations that do not already have an accepted indirect cost rate through their FY21 process, if you're one of the organizations that didn't enter the process, Perhaps you had a conditional indirect cost rate. Please enter by December 1st. There's an indirect entryway choice form on our webpage at nyc.gov/nonprofits. You go into that form, indicate how you're intending to claim your indirect cost rate. We will then provide you through HHS Accelerator Document Vault a template for you to complete. You will then submit that template along with your verification documentation. And there may be some back and forth. So we're asking that that information come back to us by December 15th. And in that way, you will be in a good position to have an accepted indirect cost rate by December 31st. So these deadlines, Chair Kalos, really apply to those organizations that have not entered yet and do not have an accepted indirect cost rate from FY20.
Okay, so just to unpack, anytime we say the word FY, I think a lot of people watching get lost. Sometimes I get lost. So when we say FY20, what we mean is the budget year running from July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. So the deadline for costs incurred between those two dates is December 1st. And I guess my question is, are folks going to get the 10% from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021? And so that is the specific question.
Yeah, so I thank you for the clarification. And yeah, sometimes we do get stuck in our jargon. So again, if there's anything that is confusing to a provider watching this or a membership organization, please reach out to help@mox.nyc.gov. We are more than happy to get on a call and walk you through it. Again, for organizations that entered the process in the fiscal year 2020 year, as Chair Kalos, just described, and received an accepted indirect cost rate, you are now waiting for your FY20 amendments. For those of you who have not yet entered, and you're looking to enter in the next week or so by December 1st, you will then work to have an accepted indirect cost rate that is effective as of July 1st, 2020. With respect to funding for the 10% and additional funding allocations for the fiscal year 2021 period of time, we don't yet have our funding policy in place. Providers are still coming into the process every single day. And again, it wraps at the end of this calendar year. And once we have the understanding of the full scope of providers, then we will be able to report out on what the policy is for funding for fiscal year 2021.
So to be clear, if somebody is applying right now, they're applying, they're doing all the work, they're paying a CPA, but they don't know if they're actually going to get anything.
Well, so there is funding in the budget for fiscal year 2021. So please go through the process. There is funding there. How it is allocated is what will be determined once the initiative closes. And then we will communicate to the sector what the funding policy will be.
I'd like to acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Bill Perkins. So since all of this relates to how many people have applied, in my opening statement, I said that I think that the number we have might be 330. What is the actual number of nonprofits that have already applied, assuming that there might still be more coming on December, but as of today, or a date certain, how many providers have applied?
I'll defer to Erin. She can answer that question.
Thank you. I was having a little trouble with my mute button. Chair Kalos, thank you for the question. As you might be aware, there was a report put out in July, which gave a point in time set of figures for exactly that data set. But I do want to provide you with some updates to those numbers, which are current as of Friday. We have, for those that entered in FY20, we have 262 organizations that followed through with the process that Deputy Director Geiling had described. Of those 262 organizations that entered and completed the process in FY20, 261 of them have completed the process and have an accepted rate. We did have a number of organizations that indicated they were going to enter the process in FY20, but did not actually get past the initial step. That number is 88. We also have 53 organizations in FY20 that entered the process, but it was found that they did not have any eligible contracts to continue forward in that process. For FY21, and so as Jennifer described, there was entering in FY20 for a rate effective FY20, which is July 1st, 2019. And there is an extended entryway through the end of this year. And the entryway form, of course, is due on December 1st, as we just discussed. So far, 173 organizations have started the process in FY21. 163 of those organizations have submitted the Delta templates that Deputy Director Geiling described. And of those, we are still working with many of them to make revisions to those templates, which is why it is so important for organizations that are going through this process to submit as early as possible so that we can work with them. 23 of those 163 organizations have completed the process in FY21 and have an accepted rate.
I appreciate this transparency and getting an answer to this question. I'm concerned about the 88 that did not get past it, which I guess, so
We are
concerned about the 88 and the 63. Can you just share why of the 63 who were deemed ineligible because of their contract status, is it that they didn't have an active contract at all, or what would be a reason for those 63? And then I'm curious what went wrong with the 88, because those are not great numbers given, those are not great odds. The odds are not in our favor.
So thank you. So I just want to correct, it's 53 organizations that did not have eligible contracts. And so they did not have eligible active contracts to continue. In terms of the 88, we were also concerned and did significant outreach to them in FY20, but I just want to make sure that everyone understands they are not cut off from the process. This initiative is still active and open, and we have been doing targeted outreach to those 88 in addition to the organizations that have active eligible contracts and have not yet entered the initiative. So we share your concern, and we want to make sure that if they are listening today, they understand that this initiative is still open and they can enter the initiative by December 1st.
There's a large discrepancy between the number of people who applied in 2020 versus for 2021. It went from 262 down to 173. Why not just treat it kind of like a renewal, which is like, you're already in, so we'll just keep you in. Why do they have to start over from scratch again?
They actually don't.
Let me clarify.
Yeah. Do you want?
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay. The challenges of Zoom. They actually, to be clear, the providers that entered and received an accepted indirect cost rate by the time the FY20 fiscal year 20 initiative closed are not coming back in. Their accepted indirect cost rate is valid for 3 years. They're set, they're done. So the 160 or 70 or so that are coming in for FY21, those are organizations that either did not come in fiscal year 20. And as we mentioned in the testimony, they maybe didn't come in. We actually did outreach to them. Some of them said they didn't come in yet because they were trying to organize the work they needed to do to submit. Others said that they didn't come in because they were waiting for fiscal year 2021 for a variety of different reasons. The folks who are also coming in fiscal year 2021 are comprised of organizations that opted for the conditional indirect cost rate. So they said in fiscal year 2020, we know our indirect cost rate's more than 10%. We want to receive some funding for fiscal year 2020. We're going to claim up to 12%. to receive that funding. And we recognize that a condition of claiming the conditional is to come in 2021 with our actual indirect cost rate and the appropriate verification documentation. So those are some of the folks too who are coming in for 2021. But to be clear, the folks who got accepted indirect cost rates in fiscal year 2020, they're valid for 3 years. The ones who are coming in 2021 have the same thing.
But you don't know how much they're actually going to get paid yet.
For fiscal year 2020?
For the 262 who are, sorry, these 261 who are accepted, they're set for the next 3 years. They just don't know how much they'll actually get.
So they currently, they have accepted fiscal year 20 amendments that have been updated. We had several webinars that walked the providers through how to update their.
But we're in July 1st. We're past July 1st, so they're spending money now. They need to get reimbursed now. They're trying to do a budget, and so they have an idea of what they've been approved for, but there's still no commitment from this administration the day before Thanksgiving that they'll actually get paid for what they've established they need.
So I think I'll take that if that's okay, Jen. So the FY20 funding implementation policy, which you point out is now at this point retroactive, will fund providers at a minimum, those 261 providers, and we fully expect that last provider we're working with to be accepted shortly, will fund the providers at a minimum of a 10% de minimis rate. And so about 25% of the 262 actually entered at the de minimis rate, so they will receive 100% of their funding, anticipated funding in FY20. For the balance of the providers, they will receive either that effective minimum rate of 10% or a higher amount, which is 60% of their FY20 anticipated amendment value. As Jennifer mentioned, we did a webinar. We've put an amendment calculator on the website so folks can use that to do some planning, recognizing, of course, that is FY20. I do want to say, while that funding is less than the anticipated amendment values for FY20, it is still additive funding. And we are continuing to work with providers to ensure that they can maximize the use of that, which I think was the spirit of the question earlier. In terms of FY21, acknowledging the fact that we have not determined the funding policy yet, and that is because the initiative is still very much active and open, and we are still encouraging providers that have not entered yet to come in. So as Jennifer had testified earlier, once we know the scope of the initiative, then we can determine the funding policy based on what is currently in the FY21 adopted budget.
In November 2019,
the November plan.
November 2019, you told nonprofit providers, we will cover your indirect rate. 262 applied, 261 accepted, and they closed their books on June 30th of this year. After the mayor said that they were essential, after they said, go out there, do your jobs, we will cover you. And then a month after they closed their books, a month after they laid out all of their money and they were waiting to get paid back, you said, no, we are breaking our word and we are not going to pay you. The pandemic is threatening small businesses. It is threatening nonprofits. Where are they supposed to come up with the extra? Where are 75% of the people who applied supposed to come up with the extra 40% that they were counting on? Thanksgiving's tomorrow.
Yes.
I want something to be thankful for.
Yes. So the FY21 adopted budget negotiated by the City Council and the administration did include the $34 million in funding, which led to the funding implementation plan that was announced in August, recognizing that we are working with organizations now, and we encourage them to reach out to us at help@mocs.nyc.gov to work through how strategies for maximizing that funding, recognizing, as you said, that for about 75% of those providers, it is less than the anticipated value, although it is still additive. We
When was the due date for expenses between July 2019 and June 2020? When was that due date?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Chair
If
Kallos.
somebody wants to get the indirect rates for expenses between July 2019 and June 2020, when is that deadline?
I believe what you're asking is what is the deadline for providers to submit invoices for reimbursement to their contracting agencies for FY20?
And also to get into the indirect program for FY20.
The original deadline for the indirect cost rate initiative for FY20 retroactivity was June 30th.
Of this year.
We
It closed in the fiscal year 20. It was open from the beginning of fiscal. It was retroactive to the start of fiscal year 2020. And then it closed at the end of fiscal year 2020, recognizing the pandemic and the state of play at that time. We actually did extend it a couple times. So it actually ended up closing in August. But to claim, to receive an FY20 amendment for additional funding, you have to have an accepted indirect cost rate from fiscal year 20.
The part I'm most angry about is simply you right-sized it. You came in and said you allocated too much money. You cut the program by 40%. When did you know that we didn't, that right sizing, what went wrong with the right sizing? Because I want to say a lot. I'm pretty upset about a right sizing that wasn't, like, when did you know the right sizing was actually going to lead to cuts? What day?
So Chair Kallos, we too appreciate that the frustrating situation that everybody is in right now, and the very challenging situation for providers, for City Council, for the administration. Deputy Director Valeri and myself are here representing MOX and our role with the city implementation team. We're not part of the team that negotiates the budget for the administration with City Council. We stand at the ready to implement the budget, to implement any future funding restorations, should they,
how much money do we need? So you are the ones who have the knowledge. So Office of Management and Budget, Mayor Bill de Blasio had to go to somebody to say, what's the right size? So did you provide the numbers for the estimate of the right size? Where did the number for right sizing come from?
I mean, I can defer to Aaron as well, but we're not part of the budget. We at MOX are not part of the budget negotiations. We're not part of those conversations that happen between City Council. We're not the representatives of the administration that participate in the budget negotiations.
Did Office of Management and Budget or Bill de Blasio reach out to MOX before they came up with the right size and cuts to ask how many people have applied and how much we needed for the project, for the program? Did anyone even consult you?
I just would like to point out that over the course of the spring, and as Deputy Director Geiling has mentioned, due to the nature and the context of the pandemic during June, July, and August, we did continue to keep the initiative open. And so that number was a moving target and continued to be a moving target from the date that the initiative opened in November to the date that it finally closed in August.
I am looking at, I visited the nyc.gov/site/nonprofit/funded providers/indirect implementation page. And I am looking at the March report that you were very kind to put out. And there were actually 339 providers that applied as of March. So we actually have fewer than we did before. So as of March, when we were negotiating the budget, it seems like that you would have known how many people applied and what the needs are. I guess my question is, did OMB or the mayor ask MOX about the applications and the need before they proposed a cut under the guise of right sizing. And I'm getting close to using the word, the L word here, because it seems like it may have been a lie.
I should just point out that the entryway form, which is that 339 number that you pointed out, does not indicate any dollar value.
Can you share the dollar values? Because I've been desperate to get the dollar values for how much this program should cost when properly funded, because we're having a negotiation. So how much do you anticipate it would cost to fully fund this program for FY20 and FY2021? So for last year and this year moving forward, how much does it cost?
So as we mentioned, the initiative is still very much active and open. And when the initiative closes, we will be happy to work with City Council on whatever public reporting may be appropriate and necessary.
You closed the applications for last year for any expenses before June 30th in August. You have a known universe. How much would it cost to fund everyone above the 60% rate?
The FY21 adopted budget negotiated by City Council and the administration includes $34 million in funding. And we published an FY20 funding implementation plan. And that implementation plan funds 25% of those 261 providers at their full amendment value, and adds funding to the remaining 75% at a lower than anticipated rate, but at 60% of their anticipated amendment value.
How much? I just need a number to go back to.
Yeah, so I think what Deputy Director Valeri is saying is that when the initiative closes, we'll be able to work with Council and Council Finance to provide the information.
You said that the initiative closed in August.
For FY20, but we're updating all of, there's more than 2,000, there's approximately 2,000 amendments that are currently being updated right now that we're in the process of revising and getting.
I've run a business, you have a balance sheet. Your balance sheet is a snapshot of what is happening right now in time. Yes, there will be amendments, but like, how much do we need to get people paid back for the previous, from June 30th and previous? That is the big question, because these are people who have already laid out the money. So how much?
So Chair Kallos, we don't have that information here, but we will circle back with you afterwards, and happy to continue the conversation and get the information, that is helpful for you and Council Finance.
Ahead of these hearings, I'm not interested in gotcha moments. I'm interested in having answers, getting to a good place. Honestly, I would have canceled this hearing if the mayor had found the $10 or $20 million to make these people whole. How did you come to this hearing not having that answer? Did we not give you enough information, and was it not something that you would expect us to ask?
I just want to say that the 261 providers that are currently accepted that entered in the FY20 process, and the one provider that we are continuing to work with, as Deputy Director Geiling indicated, that translates to almost 2,000 amendments for individual contracts for those providers. And so we have worked closely with all the contracting agencies to recalculate those amendment values and are finalizing those numbers. And so we do not have that information today, but we will work with City Council Finance on getting you the information that is required.
Okay, I'm just going to state this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. At this point, you have not testified that the mayor or Office of Management and Budget checked in with you before making cuts to this program and right sizing, which means I'm taking the conclusion that the mayor lied when he said that this was a right sizing, when it wasn't. It was a cut, and the administration lied to thousands of nonprofits during a pandemic. Not being corrected on that. Okay.
So, well, I mean, the truth of the truth is that we are representing the city implementation team. The city implementation team is comprised of MOX and OMB. They are part of the city implementation team. And again, just reiterating, we are happy to come back, and we don't have the data and information that you're looking for in front of us right now, but we are happy to come back. We've worked collaboratively with you and your office.
For Human Services Council submitted a question which was just fairly. So under the system that you're proposing, providers have to go each year wondering if they're going to get any indirect funding, and how is it that every other program in the city, when we pass the budget by June 30th, we know how much money they're getting, but for the nonprofits, even after we pass a budget, they have to wonder how much they're getting.
So I'd like to take that question. Thank you, Chair Kalos, and thank you to the Human Services Council for the question. The FY21 funding implementation plan, I just want to be more specific. The FY21 adopted budget includes an annual funding level of $34 million. And so that means that the FY21 funding implementation plan, which we expect to be published shortly after the initiative closes because it is still open and active, will include funding for FY21 forward, so that uncertainty will be minimized.
I am particularly angry. Rather than saying more things than I would want, I will just say that we're going to need you to testify during budget, both preliminary and executive, to tell us whether or not OMB and the mayor are lying to us again anytime they're talking about different funding for our nonprofits. This is completely unacceptable, and I'm so angry that the city council was lied to during the budget process. I'm gonna just tap out for a moment. I will have more questions. I would like to turn it over. I would like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Inez Barron, and I would like to turn it over to Councilmember Helen Rosenthal to please follow up. She looks angrier than I am, and while the members of the committee will have a 5-minute clock, I'd ask not to have a clock for Councilmember Rosenthal, given her leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much, Chair Kalos. I really want to start by giving a lot of thank yous. This has been a long, arduous process that probably started at least 7 years ago for me. And I know for many of the nonprofits here, it started, decades before that. So I really want to thank the nonprofits for hanging in there and continuing to provide the service. Really want to thank MOX, the Mayor's Office of Contracts, which has been asked to do yeoman's work to modify all these contracts for so many things, but in this particular case, the indirect rates. I'm hearing you talk about the number of contracts and really feeling the amount of work that has gone into that. So I really want to thank you for that. And a lot of thanks goes out to the City Council finance team. Not sure who's on right now from the finance team, but its leader, LaTanya McKinney, deserves just heaps of praise for understanding this issue to its core and fighting on behalf of council members who care about this, but really fighting on behalf of the nonprofits who are really fighting on behalf of the constituents they serve. Because of course, the nonprofits are the safety net for the city of New York. They're the ones who, when we have homeless in the streets and we're all trying to figure out how to help with homelessness, we have homeless outreach workers who go out and try to guide people to come into the shelter system. And as I listened to the exchange earlier in the hearing about what is an indirect rate and what does it apply to, of course, the homeless outreach worker does not count as an indirect person, but the accountant that helped to get him there on the street doing the very important work counts as an indirect rate person. And Deputy Director Geiling, once you said that word, that just really was a great example. And it made me think that if we were looking at this, if we thought of New York City government as analogous to a nonprofit or like UJA or Catholic Charities, we might say, and would you agree, that the Mayor's Office of Contracts and OMB are part of our New York City's indirect rate if we were UJA. Do you think that's a fair comparison?
Again, I can't in the abstract, opine on particular examples. I also just want to say hello, Councilmember Rosenthal.
So good to see you.
Before I start answering, so I apologize, but can't opine. But there is something that you said that struck me for folks that are listening. We care very deeply about all the costs that providers incur. And certainly Deputy Director Valeri and I represent all of MOCS in saying how committed we are to this initiative. You had mentioned 7 years for you in working on this. Right. When I first came to the city, this was the topic that sort of launched a lot of the conversations. And we have been very committed and passionate about pursuing it and being transparent and open throughout the process. And so I just wanted to share that with folks that we're hopeful, perhaps, down the line, there will be future funding, but indirect costs are significant. The cost manual explicitly states that actually in the manual, that they are recognized. The manual was based off of federal guidance. So the way that terms are defined, the examples around the 25 or so commonly incurred costs are derived from the federal guidance, and we're grateful to the providers for really advocating for the federal guidance. It provided a really good baseline for us to spring from and build this policy around as well. So
you're right. You're right to mention that. And I do think MOCS has been incredibly transparent and has tried hard. I don't think the problem is with MOCS. I think MOCS has gone above and beyond. And frankly, I would even say OMB has worked very hard on each of these contracts, and the agencies, the ACOs, to all the ACOs who are out there, we have thanks. But stay with me for a second on this analogy to MOCS and OMB. Because, another social service provider in some ways is ACS workers, Administration for Children's Services, the caseworkers, the social workers who go into homes. Steve Levin had a hearing on general welfare yesterday, and so that's why it's fresh in my mind. But the city hires directly caseworkers who do follow-up work in foster homes to make sure the placements are good and then to work on family reunification. Whole nother issue. But those caseworkers would be paid as direct service. And the heat, light, and power at ACS could be considered a direct service because that's the office that houses the caseworker. But for all of the work that caseworkers do, there are contracts that the city has with nonprofits that also do some work for foster care. And I'm a little bit making it up here, so bear with me. But for those contracts, the Mayor's Office of Contract Services And OMB is the indirect rate because you're not directly providing the service the way ACS is by hiring a social worker, but you're there, not you so much, but OMB making sure money's in the budget available so that ACS can both pay for its service, its social workers, and pay for the nonprofit. And that's why when you went through in the opening set of questions from Councilmember Kalos, and he asked, well, the janitor, is that direct or indirect? And your answer was both, because if the janitor is working at ACS to clean up and make sure the place looks good for the social workers, it's a direct cost. But if the janitor works at OMB or at Mox, it's indirect, because indirect just, because the janitor is not helping to make the direct service as possible, but helping to make sure that the infrastructure is in place to get to the place where you provide the service. What do you think? Am I just, you think it's fair what I'm saying?
You want to take it there?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. I think it's a fair analogy. It's a general analogy. I think the point you're making, which is 100% true, is that this is a very complicated and individual
yes.
And each organization, be it the City of New York or the individual nonprofit providers, go through a process of identifying specific costs for their cost treatments. And those costs become, depending on the allocation methodology they choose, perhaps in consultation with a certified public accountant, become part of their direct cost base, their indirect cost base, a distorting factor if their allocation methodology includes that calculation, and that they then, armed with that information, go to their various funding sources, of which the city is one.
Yes.
And maximize funding accordingly.
Fair point. Fair point, because what you're saying is that the nonprofits have an ability to get money from the state, from the federal government, and from the private sector, from philanthropy.
And what we've tried to do with the cost manual, if you'll permit me to say, is align as closely as possible our cost manual and our cost treatments with the federal guidance to make that process as standardized and easy as possible.
And that's why now I understand, with your literally really clear description, I really understand now why it's taken this long. And this is real work that has gone on. So okay, good. Here's, and of course you can see where I'm going with it, right? And where the problem lies. I work closely right now with Project Renewal, which is a nonprofit that shelters homeless individuals. And they have a contract, and they've negotiated that contract and their indirect rate with the city. And last time I checked, I don't remember the number, but it's over $1 million for them because they have lots of shelters. So their indirect rate that should be in the budget, but they can't actually, another word, invoice for, is over $1 million. And this all gets to Chair Kalos's point of why it's so hard during not just the pandemic, but an economic free fall. It's the rot that has, it's what the pandemic has wrought, the economic free fall, where we have more people coming into shelter, we have longer and longer lines at food pantries. And so So I want to get to a second sort of piece. This is where I'm going. So the first piece is really understanding what an indirect rate is. The second piece is understanding the nuance between budget and actual spend and sort of how you get from one to the next. But here I'd like to just clarify my understanding in the sense of you've done this amazing job negotiating what the through your cost manual, which people worked so hard on. I know there was a working group and, okay. So you figured out what indirect rates are, and over years and tens of thousands of hours of work, and come up with a cost manual. In some place like Project Renewal, then can figure out what in their so for many years they've done their work based on, I'm going to hazard to guess, a 10% reimbursement rate for their indirect costs. And what the cost manual has allowed them to do in working with a CPA, I don't know what they did, but it allowed them to find the differential between the 10% standard reimbursement rate and what their actual cost is. I'm going to make it up, really making this up. So I should have said nonprofit X, but let's say it's 17%. So there's that differential between 10 and 17%. That's the dollar amount we're talking about. And for a really long time, the nonprofits have always gotten the 10%, but not the 17%. So they've had to figure out how to operate, because the costs of the 17% are real, right? Mox and OMB works for the city because their jobs are real. They have to be doing their jobs, whether or not, in order for the city to function. If they weren't doing their jobs, or if they were only doing a fraction of their jobs, the city couldn't function, right? You wouldn't get your full reimbursement. I mean, I used to work in OMB. You wouldn't be able to draw down your federal money or the state pass-throughs or any of the other funding. You wouldn't be able to process contracts if Mox were only at 80% or 70% of its true funding, right? You would do a cruddy job at it. And of course, what would you do? You would, well, what have the nonprofits done? They've gone to philanthropy to fill the gap. And you mentioned that before. And let's be clear, under the Giuliani and Bloomberg budget administrations, there was very little, if no attempt. I mean, Bloomberg, I'll give him a little credit because he used to actually get the contracts paid on time, but no recognition for this additional cost. There was a real good luck and bye-bye and do the work attitude. Under the de Blasio administration, those costs, you guys, this is the work of what you're doing. You're acknowledging that that differential between 10 and 17% exists. And you, last year, and I remember Michelle Jackson was a part of it, her predecessor, again, LaTanya McKinney, working so hard to make sure that definitionally, it's actually in Schedule C, I think in a footnote, that it makes it very clear that this payment process that you're now describing will happen and the money will go out, and money was estimated and put in the budget for that. You know, it is true, it is disheartening that the administration was not, again, this is not you at all. This is OMB and the budget negotiations with the city council this past year was not forthcoming. And we were told very clearly that, and again, not you guys sitting here, but as a member of the negotiating team, I was told that the reduction that went from a budget of whatever it was, 50 million down to 34 million, was because of the forecast that no more than $34 million would be spent. So hence the, it's sort of like 2 steps forward, now 4 steps back, hence the sort of bitterness at this juncture. So that sort of lays out, sort of from my perspective, how the story worked in terms of the money. But I'm afraid I have to go one level deeper, and that is there's the difference between budget and actual spend. So there was, the way that happens is OMB puts money in the budget. You, with the agency, with the nonprofit, figure out what the actual spend should be. Great. But then you have to get that, don't you have to register that new spending level, that modification of the contract with the controller's office? Is that accurate, before a nonprofit can start to invoice to draw down their actual spend? Is that right? Or am I adding a step that doesn't need to be there?
So thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal, for the question and for the acknowledgement of the process and our commitment to it. So my answer, so this is by way of apology, my answer is going to be similarly complicated, because this is a complex process. And so as you pointed out earlier, nonprofits were funded at a particular percentage for indirect cost rate, and that percentage actually varied across contract, across agency, contracting agency, across, right? It was up and down, and vendors, providers tended to maximize their funding any way they could, and so some costs that may have under a standardized process like we find ourselves in now may be determined to be indirect, but for years they had charged them on a direct line where they had funding. And so that is all part of the cleanup that has to happen.
Sure.
You rightly point out that additive funding needs to be processed as an amendment and registered by the controller's office, anything that's additional to the base funding. But we are working with providers, and some of what the Delta template, which is a key part of this process, does is helps providers to identify indirect costs in alignment with their new schedule of indirect cost rate.
Fair point.
To move funding from direct lines to indirect lines. So
listen, God bless you. I appreciate your added nuance to it, because that's another series of sort of, ups and downs to clean that up. Cleanup is a good word for it. But my point being that until, in terms of actual invoicing and getting reimbursement from the city, you go through the whole process, but then that modification needs to be registered with
the amendment. I think you're talking about the amendment. The amendment gets registered with the comptroller, and it's at that point that you can start to invoice off of it. Yeah,
exactly. So how many contracts have been registered with the controller?
Yeah, so a fair question, a good question to ask. Not as many as we would like, and that's for a couple of reasons. First of all, we after the budget was adopted, we had to then design a policy that was aligned with the new budget, and that took a little bit of time. And as we've been discussing here, resulted in a reduction for some providers on their expected additional funding. So we had to get to that place to understand how we were calculating it, and then calculate it, and then reissue the amendments. As you recognize through your leadership through the years, nearly 2,000 amendments in the offline process is a lot of work. Boom.
Emoji head brain explode. Sure.
And it's one of the drivers behind the work that Mox has been leading over the last, 6-10 years around digitizing, streamlining, centralizing the procurement process. So now we have Passport. We have a new release of Passport that has been rolling out. And we identified the opportunity to actually be able to move these amendments in a much more expeditious fashion. So, so Councilmember Rosenthal and Chair Kalos and other members of the Contracts Committee, we're now looking to do like a bulk upload of those amendments into Passport and let them move through Passport. We're working on that right now, and we'll be supporting our agencies with that too, and with the providers, and they'll be able to track their amendments through the system.
Yeah, I mean, I have two thoughts on that. First is if you could just tell me how many contracts had been registered with the controller.
I don't have that information. The thing is we just had to update everything. So that practice.
Right, but I mean, when I don't even know where we are anymore, what month or year it is, but I think nine months ago when we passed the budget at the end of June, and many organizations, like the first organizations, like, do you think 5 nonprofits have contracts that are registered with the controller?
So the number of them, so it's the amendments, I think, that we're talking about, which are adding funding to the contract.
That's right.
Yeah. So if you look at the report that we filed with City Council, it's not enough. I mean, quite frankly,
no, just the number.
So the report that was filed with City Council, we had 86 at that time, which was in the end of July. 86 had been sent to Comptroller for registration.
And but how many has the controller? How many has the controller registered? All of them?
I mean, I suspect I actually don't have that information.
And here's why I think you should. Because of the next step, which is invoicing, which does go through some version of Passport. So you should know, because that's of course my next question, how many nonprofits have invoiced and how much money has actually gone out the door for fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21 for these contract modifications through all these many steps. So do you have that number? Like, and maybe the easy way, we're going at it 2 different ways. How many nonprofits how many of those contracts of your 2,000 or so can now invoice with the modified indirect rate that has been registered by the controller?
So so appreciate your questioning. And I'm hoping that I'm able to answer your question. So let's say there's approximately 100 that were sent to the comptroller. Let's assume that they've all gone on to registration for the most part. There hasn't been an issue around that. Where the sort of nuance lies is the fact that we then have an updated funding policy around the adopted budget. And
right.
so
I understand. So are you saying, so I really want to unpack what you're saying. There's fiscal year 20 and there's fiscal year 21. The agreement was made starting in fiscal year 20. Is that right?
It's
right?
retroactive.
We've been through the fiscal year.
It's retroactive. If you came in and received an accepted indirect cost rate.
Exactly. So let's stick with fiscal year 20 only. We're not going to talk about 21. How many invoices have been reimbursed by the city? Not invoices, you know what I mean. Contracts who've been able to invoice.
I don't know if you have that data, Erin, or if that's something we have to get back to you on, council member.
And is the reason you don't know, which is hard to believe given that Passport is so wonderfully easy, seriously, I mean, you know, it lays it out so beautifully. So it's hard to believe that answer that you wouldn't know, but also it raises the specter of, is the controller on board with this? Does the controller have the technical bandwidth so that when Passport sends something to the controller, is that seamless? Is the controller's technology synchronized with Passport, or is there a disconnect there?
So I'll take this question, Councilmember Rosenthal, and thank you. At this point, I just want to clarify a couple of points. So Passport does not yet support invoicing for contracts. That is part of the suite of activity that will be part of Release 4.
So perhaps then just talk about the accelerator. That's fine.
Yeah, so invoicing at this point is for these contracts still in HHS Accelerator, which you acknowledge. In terms of the registration of the contracts, though, I just want to share the timeline a little bit. So the FY20 funding implementation policy, which was communicated out in August, then required a recalculation of the nearly 2,000 amendments.
That's right. That's right. That's what we've been talking about. That's been the modifications.
And so those 2,000 amendments, as Jennifer acknowledged, are we are not nearly as far along.
I'm just asking, let's talk about the first people out of the gate. Whoever the first, I want to make it as simple as possible in order to see where we are. Let's take the first contractor that Mox said, good to go, sending it, ready to register, sending it to the controller.
So
does the controller have a system that is synchronized with the accelerator then in what you're talking about in order to register to allow people to invoice? Yes or no?
The answer is yes. So the 100 or so amendments that Jennifer testified were sent to the controller, did go through without any issue. We are now transferring this process to lend transparency to Passport, and we do not.
Well, of those 100 that got registered or whatever, how many invoices have actually been reimbursed?
That's not information that we have, but as you point out, it is an accelerator and available, so we can follow up with you.
But isn't that the point of the whole hearing?
So we are definitely here to testify about the implementation of the indirect cost rate initiative.
But so you're saying invoicing doesn't fall under MOX?
Nonprofit providers do invoice the contracting agency based on an approved and established budget.
Via the accelerator, which MOX administers.
Largely. And those FY20, this would be part of an FY20 closeout invoice typically. And so those closeout processes and the timeline for those closeout processes vary by contracting agency.
I hear what you're saying. And I think we've talked ad nauseum about the complexity. That's just not the issue. I mean, I'm trying to make it as simple and straightforward as possible. One contract. Do you know if one invoice has been paid? And I'm going to end there because that's the point. That's the point, is that I think the number is little, if not de minimis. And it means that nonprofits are out upwards, you know, from hundreds of thousands to millions. And now let's add insult to injury. If the contract is not registered with the controller, the nonprofit can't even get a returnable grant fund loan for this, has to borrow from a bank. And my understanding from these big providers, they're still paying 5 to 8% interest on those loans. So that would be like, because MOX and OMB are like the indirect rates, that would be like the city borrowing money for current expenses, which, by the way, would trigger the Financial Control Board if we did that. And current taxpayers would be on the hook as part of the money we give to the city every year. I think the point is this. These nonprofits that do the most, I would argue, important work for the city of New York are worse than stepchildren. Well, stepchildren's not a good example. I know many stepchildren who are loved, are treated like dirt and are asked to do take care of the most vulnerable among us with a hand tied behind their back. And New York City doesn't do that to itself. We don't cut OMB and MOX so they can't do their work. Yeah, there's some trimming when budget time comes along, but we don't cut off your hand. And this has just been going on too long. And at the same time, I would argue for everything we've just gone through, to the extent that somebody who's a bridge builder comes along and says, I need $40 million to build a bridge, with little fanfare, the city of New York writes a check for 40 million. And when they come back and say, wasn't 40, change orders, it's 42 million, the city of New York pays $2 million additional with little fanfare. Can you imagine if that happened with our nonprofits? How well taken care of, how government could then fully fund their base work so that when they went to philanthropy, it would be for the additional innovation, technology, ideas to do really good work. But we don't do that. It's not your fault. So the wrong people are here. It really is on the mayor's shoulder, because when OMB comes to the mayor with the list of things that could possibly be cut, because the word indirect rate is so very complicated, and I think I've spent, the chair has been so completely gracious to me with time. I think we've spent a half an hour talking about what it really is. I mean, the mayor did it with sanitation. He cut litter basket pickup. That's very tangible. He cut that. But could you imagine him saying out loud, I'm going to cut the number of street homeless workers. I'm going to cut the amount of food that gets distributed to people when we're in the middle of an economic free fall and the number of people lining up for food has grown. The truth of the matter is paying for an indirect rate at the correct amount is exactly analogous, because if you want to fully fund food, you have to fully fund the indirect rate. Otherwise, the nonprofits are taking from food in order to pay the indirect rate, which is a fixed cost, just like MOX and OMB are a fixed cost. So where do they shave? It means that people who are hungry stay hungry. It means the quality of food we give our seniors, God bless Margaret Chin, every year, trying to get, cost per meal, what is it now? $2 being negotiated down to $1.75. They have to do it because their accountants, their MOX and OMB have to be paid, or else the nonprofit would get no money. This falls squarely on the mayor's lap. The mayor, OMB comes to them with a list of things that could be cut or money added when you have a tight budget. And the mayor has chosen to not help people who are desperate in order to continue fully funding that bridge repair work. And fundamentally, when you take it the step farther, it means that, and I'm going to shorthand because the chair has been so freakishly patient. It means that the men who do the work for the bridge, their work is more highly valued than the more likely than not women and women of color who are doing the work for nonprofits, who are completely undervalued. And so at the end of the day, this is all about pay equity. It's all about the fact that these nonprofits generally don't have unions representing them, where the bridge builders have unions and are paid a fair living wage. And so the caseworker is paid way below a living wage. You know, everyone's bored and no one wants to be at the indirect rate hearing. God bless Chair Kallos for insisting on having this hearing, because what we are talking about is not having perpetuating a system that keeps Black and brown women, primarily 80% of the workforce, in poverty. That's what we're talking about. And Mox, God bless you, but you're a cog in the wheel. And the decision stops with Bill de Blasio. And you can't come in and say you're for racial justice, economic justice, and underfund the nonprofits that are doing this work. So I think I'm done. I'll think of something in 5 minutes, but Chair Kallos, thank you so much for allowing me that extra time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. We will now hear from Councilmember Lander. You may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Thank you very much, Chair Kallos, for convening this hearing, and Councilmember Rosenthal for those passionate remarks, which are hard to follow, and I'm largely going to just associate myself with them, as well as for the work you both have done, Chair Kallos and Councilmember Rosenthal, on behalf of our nonprofits and fixing this broken system. You know, I think what Councilmember Rosenthal said it just hits the mark so squarely. Here we are at this moment in time when we urgently need our nonprofit human service providers in every way, like we've seen it in every single neighborhood. We say we see it. We say we recognize how unequal the city is, how those communities that are lowest income and communities of color are hardest hit by this pandemic, how we want them to have the services that they need in every way for health, for food, for all the activities that we're trying to provide, given the increase in street homelessness, given what our young people are facing in the challenges of pandemic education, all the things our human service providers do. And yet at the very time, because we can, because no one pays that much attention to the contracts budget or the indirect cost rate, we'll hope it just gets buried. So there's a volume about how we're working hard to avoid layoffs, and it's good we're working hard to avoid layoffs, but it's just kind of a lie to say we're not doing layoffs of the people in the public sector who are paid directly and not by contracts, because we're going to do everything we possibly can in Albany and here to avoid those layoffs. But you know what? The nonprofit human service providers paid for by the city of New York, for services that we budget just like those others that are paid for directly to provide. If those workers get laid off, if those services get cut, hopefully just no one will notice, because we told them we were going to give them an indirect cost rate increase, but now we're going back on our word. We told them we would fix a broken system that delays their payments by years, and we really aren't going to get it done. And that's where we are. And now we got all these leaders on this Zoom, and I see them out in the field. I was just out with Brooklyn Community Services and Janelle Ferris, who are bringing a homeless shower bus to Brooklyn so that street homeless folks can have a little dignity amidst this pandemic, when we know that hygiene is critical to saving lives in addition to basic bits of dignity. And yet at the same time that they're out there raising the resources for providing services to these communities, we're cutting their budgets and making them wait for their payments and then like pretending like that didn't happen because we're trying not to do layoffs or because the mayor says we're prioritizing health and safety when in fact we're cutting health and safety and services. And so it's outrageous and it's depressing that it's being kind of hidden. And I guess really, I would like to know when it is that Passport will be available for invoicing. I would like a better timeline for all the information. I would like to understand why anyone on this call could expect that their payments will be processed. I would like an argument to anyone about why it's okay to cut the indirect cost rates. I don't think any of that will come. But I guess the only question I have is why is it that the human service providers on this call and in our communities shouldn't feel like their city, their mayor, their city hall has abandoned them and said, good luck out there. We know it's a pandemic, but we've basically cut you off. We've cut your budgets. We aren't going to pay you what we're owed. Other priorities are more important. Don't you think that's the message that they're hearing? And if it's not, what would you say to them to make them feel like it wasn't?
Thank you, Council Member. So that's Deputy Director Valeria and I are here on behalf of the city implementation team, in part to let folks know that we are here. We are committed to a transparent, fair, open process for claiming indirect costs and indirect cost rates. Should the City Council and the administration in their budget negotiations be able to identify additional funding for this initiative, we will jump into action and we will implement it and we will move that to the providers. But we are here to support it. We believe very deeply in it. We're very committed to it. We are on the phone with providers all day to support them and their CPA firms to ensure that folks have the information they need. And we continue to be standing at the ready should the council and the administration be able to restore funding that we could then move through the process.
So I know you mean it, and though I feel a lot of passion about this, having run nonprofit human service providers before I came to the council and working so closely with these groups, I know you care about it, and I don't think the two of you are personally responsible for the set of decisions that have been made here that the mayor is ultimately responsible for. But it's hard because the council doesn't feel like an honest partner in this when the council fought so hard to get the indirect cost rate increased. And it's pretty clearly a mayoral priority to take it back. And, I feel for you guys because implementing a system whose values are upside down has got to be frustrating on a daily basis. And I appreciate that you guys show up and keep doing the work, but that's really where we are. Like our values are upside down in a pandemic. And it's important to be honest about. So anyway, I thank you, Chair Kallos, for helping lead this fight. I appreciate the work that Councilmember Rosenthal did to push us here. I really appreciate the work that our nonprofit human service providers are doing, despite the fact that the city is failing you. And I'm going to own my share of that as well, because it is the council and the mayor together. We can rightly blame the mayor, but we are collectively failing you. And yet you are continuing to deliver for us. So I want to say this Thanksgiving, when we see the need, that's there all the time, but we don't always pause on it, how grateful I am. But it feels hypocritical to say it, given the ways that we're not succeeding in delivering for you. So thank you, Chair, for calling our attention to it and for demanding that we all do better by it, in the form of the indirect cost rate and speeding up the contracting. We have to find a way to honor, support, respect, and pay for the work that our nonprofit human service providers are doing. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you to former Contracts Chair Rosenthal for her leadership and partnership. Councilmember Brad Lander, please tell your providers that I will buy them a shower bus for Manhattan if they will operate it in my borough and find a parking spot in Manhattan for it. We've been trying to buy a shower bus for quite some time, and I'm incredibly jealous that Brooklyn has one and Manhattan doesn't. So hopefully you can.
Council members are taking turns like running around trying to find parking spaces, and standing in them. So it's an amazing thing. And I want to give credit not only to BCS and Janelle Ferris, but also to Borough President Eric Adams, who provided the capital resources and worked closely with the council to make it happen. But it's just one more example of the remarkable work this community is doing and why we've got to show up for them. So thank you so much.
I just want to, Jennifer Aaron Mox, you keep throwing the budget process back at me, at other council members, at the council and the providers. And if you say it just one more time, just don't. That's not taking responsibility, that's finger pointing. The budget requires trust. And nothing defines that more than the fact that we actually have a physical handshake between the mayor and the city council. April was during the height of the pandemic. You cut $20 million and represented that it would not mean less money for nonprofits, and then they got a cut. So in order to trust you again, I'm asking you to apologize to the council and the providers, say you won't do it again, and tell me how you will do things differently. So in April, did you know that $34 million wasn't enough? Yes or no?
Councilmember Kalos, we're not part of the budget conversations. We don't represent the administration.
Okay, fine. So let's just skip
We're not
the
even part
other
of that
parts of it. Like, listen, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. When will you tell me how much it will cost to fully fund last year?
When the initiative closes, and part of closing, Councilmember Kalos, is also updating the amendments to reflect the current budget situation. We will circle back with you and we can figure out what the right report is.
When you do a budget, because I've done budgets, you go to the people and you ask them, how much is this going to cost? And then you set a budget, and you have the budget versus the actuals, but you actually ask people how much it will cost. And so if you are telling me that you are not willing to tell us how much it will cost, like that is a problem. So I guess the question is, do we need to introduce legislation that will force you to tell us every single step of this process, every single person who applies, and make it completely transparent so the service providers, can all see it? Because you're telling us you won't give us the numbers. And so if you won't give me the numbers, I can compel you to by law, but it takes a while to get the bill draft and get it done. So I'm just asking why you won't be transparent and just tell us what the actual numbers are, instead of saying, oh, we don't know because there's amendments. At least we can have a starting point for negotiation and know that there might be more coming. So will you just tell us what the number is today without the amendments?
We don't have that number here, but we are happy to work with you.
When can I have it?
Information. We're happy to work with you and have that conversation after, this hearing here today, and come up with the approach, the timing for the information that you all need, and work with Council Finance on that as well.
We are 5 months into the year, and you're saying you're not part of the budget process. I am. And so in order to budget, I need the people who are managing that piece of the budget to tell me how much things will cost. And 5 months in, you won't tell me. And as a person who manages people, if you say get something done, but you don't give a deadline, then it doesn't get done. Like, there are a lot of human service providers, they know this too. They run businesses too, and they run nonprofits. So like, can you get us the number in 2 weeks?
Councilmember Kalos, I don't have that information in front of me. We work really closely with you and your office, and we'll circle back on the information that you need and that Council Finance requires and would like for us to share out, understanding that we are still working through the process. But we will work with you. We are committed to working together and to get you the information that you need.
Will you give me the list of the 262 people, providers who applied, how much they applied for, so we can have the breakdowns of who got the 10%, who got the 60% for FY 2020, which is already closed?
So we have every interest of being collaborative. We recognize that we've had a relationship of communication and open dialogue. What you just listed is a whole bunch of data that we are happy to talk through with you, what we have and what we can provide and what we can share, and in the format that's helpful for you. Just don't have that information and the specific answers for you right now at this hearing, but are committed to following right back up and working through what it is exactly that you all need, Council Finance would like to see as well. We have been reporting on the initiative throughout the process. We've been keeping up with those reports. They're online. They're available for the public, for council to see. We're committed to continuing to report, continuing to be open and transparent as we have the information, and we'll work with you to provide it to you in a format that works for you in Council Finance.
The reports you're still talking about are 2 or 3 pages and don't include the one thing I need, which is how much this costs. And so I don't think it is fair or honest to say we're not part of the budget process, and this is between the council and OMB, at the same time as you are saying that you won't tell me how much it costs. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you are the knowledge holder. You are the ones who ultimately have the answer of how much this will cost.
We're still trying to assess the exact amount that it's going to cost through updating the amendments. MOX is a principal member with OMB in the city implementation team. It's not a MOX team. It's MOX and OMB working together to manage the process. We manage the process for claiming indirect costs and indirect cost rates.
MOX, OMB, and the council were part of let's call it a process, even though it is like completely offensive, that has hurt 262 providers with 173 who still don't know what's happening, and thousands of New Yorkers who don't have the resources that they need. And so when I make a mistake, or somebody makes a mistake, I want to hear I'm sorry, and I want to hear a path forward for how we can avoid it again. And so what I think would help is if we had some of these numbers, and if we had a pathway for these numbers. And I'm just looking for, how do we get to real numbers so that we can actually help people?
So we have worked with you and your office time and time again to provide you with information and to be supportive. And the path forward is to continue that method. We will connect with you after the hearing. We're happy to discuss what the information is, what we have, what we can provide. Again, we are committed to transparency, to openness, and we are part of a team that manages this process.
The Mayor's Office of Contracts has been incredibly cooperative with providing contracts under my charter rights, which I appreciate. When we asked for PPE numbers, you provided it. Very recently, we asked for additional PPE numbers for how much we actually have in stock. You've provided it. You have historically provided a lot of the things. This is why this is so upsetting, because this is completely out of character for your agency. And whether it's trying to get it in a time certain or legislating that, since you were caught in the middle, and obviously you were a part of a situation where you heard from Councilmember Rosenthal was on the budget negotiating team that she was lied to, that the council, the human service providers had no idea that this cut was coming. And the budget process relies on trust. So we can either trust you in a situation where I feel like that's pretty much been breached, or try to share what's really going on and do so. So I want to just move on from there and just talk a little bit about money, because I keep hearing from the administration, not you, you haven't said it yet, well, there's a budget crisis, we don't have money. So I do have good news. So on October 22nd, we actually had a hearing with MOX on personal protective equipment procurement. And so as far as I understand, the city encumbered $120 million to pay a company named Digital Gadgets, which was led by a de Blasio donor, for masks and ventilators. And so that was reported in the New York Post. And so at that hearing, we asked what happened to that. And so just to be clear, as MOX, if we encumber a contract for $120 million with somebody before June 30th, and then they get us that stuff by June 30th or even July 1st, it's in the mail, do we end up paying out that $120 million to pay them, even if it's during a budget crisis?
So Deputy Director Valeria and I were not part of that conversation, but we're happy to connect you with our team members.
I'm not asking about
that process.
Sure. Well,
Or that conversation.
There's a contract for $100 million with a private vendor, and we say we're going to pay them $120 million, and they deliver, and the money was in the budget. Do we cut them the check?
I don't have an answer for that question and how it relates to the broader conversation, but happy.
So the broader conversation is at the last hearing, DCAS actually shared that contract was reduced from $120 million down to $9.1 million. So that means coming out of last fiscal year, we have $111 million in extra money just off that one PPE contract. So given the fact that we saw a reduction of 20 million, the good news is we have 5 times more than we need just from that one contract that maybe shouldn't have even gone to that de Blasio donor.
I mean, if there is an ability to restore funding for the full funding for the cost rate initiative, and City Council and the administration in negotiations are able to do that, we are ready to go and pursue that through the process and revise the amendments to be able to allow for providers to realize that additional funding. But we're not part of that conversation.
Well, I'm asking you, so we have another example. There's a company called Woodhull Medical Supply. I actually blew the whistle on that one in Cranes in May. They had a $91.5 million contract with the city, despite having tax liens and other things that indicated they might not be able to deliver. That contract was actually canceled, and we only ended up paying them $500,000 on $91.5 million. So taken together, that's $200 million. So I guess my question is, Mox gets to see all the contracts floating around in the city. Is it possible that Mox can look at these 2 contracts and other contracts the city has that ended up not going through? And even though we budgeted for it last year and said we were going to have this money to spend on June 30th because we use cash budgeting as far as I understand, and since we have about $200 million in cash lying around, could we use this to take care of the nonprofits?
So again, we are not, you're asking a question that we cannot answer. We are not part of the budget negotiations and the decisions that
Okay, when a contract gets canceled, when Mox is involved in a contract that is canceled. So nonprofits, the nonprofits have a contract. They were supposed to get 100% of the money. When that money doesn't get given to them, where does it go? Did it go somewhere else in the budget? Did it evaporate? What happens to the money?
And that is not a Mox question, council member. I appreciate where you're going, and I want to recognize that if there are opportunities that you're able to identify, that the administration is able to identify, that can come into play for budget negotiations and we can restore funding, we are here to support that. And we would be excited to be able to push the amendments through with that additional 100% funding. But we can't answer those questions about funding and budgets. It's just not what Mox does. It's just not our place. And our representation here is on behalf of the CIT, which is committed to process and maintaining an open practice for providers to come into to claim their indirect costs and their indirect cost rates. And I know that's a frustrating answer, but it's just not, it's not part of Mox's purview.
Okay, so just to go into this, because this is the first time you folks have ever come without the answers. You won't tell us if and when you knew that the money wasn't enough. You won't tell us how much money we need for last year. You will not tell us how much money we need for this year. You will not tell providers that have already been certified for 3 years that they can count on that money moving forward. And you will not say whether or not they are cost savings from the previous fiscal year budget that I just told you about, that your own agency testified to last month can be used to fulfill this. So those are my 5 things that we're going to follow up in writing. We're going to demand answers. We will send it to you as a CC. Since you don't have the answers, we will send it to Mayor de Blasio himself. We expect those answers, and whether it is, and I'm willing to use my full powers in the council to get those answers. If anything I just said is inaccurate, please feel free to correct me. Otherwise, I'm prepared to let you go.
Oh, I want to, on behalf of Aaron and myself and MOX and the city implementation team, want to thank you for the opportunity to share the work that we've done, in partnership with many providers that I see on the screen today. And again, we are committed to a fair, equitable, open process to claiming indirect costs and indirect cost rates. And should council and administration identify opportunities to restore funding, we will jump right into action. We will communicate to providers, and we will also create a process that allows for that additional funding. And before I leave, I do want to just ask providers who have not yet entered the process, please do so by December 1st. You can contact help@mox.nyc.gov if you need assistance. The entry rate choice forms close on December 1st. The end of the initiative is December 31st. We urge you to come into the process. We are here to support you. And finally, want to just wish the Contracts Committee and everybody on today a happy and healthy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Geiling. Thank you, Chair Kalos. Chair, if you have a minute, I'll turn it over to the public testimony now.
Absolutely. So I want to thank folks. I know when we opened, we were aiming for 11:15. We wanted to make sure that former Chair Rosenthal had the time she needed, given her tremendous work on this. And we want to make sure you got as many of the answers as you could. We have about 31 of you. And so just going to go really quickly, trying to go quickly on like the next 10 or so folks. We're hoping to hear from HSC, Lutheran Social Services, Brooklyn Community Services, Isaac Center, SEO Family Services, HSU, Rising Ground, Greenwich House, Barrier Free Living, Good Shepherd. Those are the folks who are next up for the next 10. So everyone will get 3 minutes. That is a 3 minutes that we all discussed and agreed upon because we wanted to make sure all of you could get in. And if you have questions that you feel that are important to be asked, feel free to pass them along and I will make sure to ask them. If I don't ask you questions, please do not feel offended. We want to make sure everyone has their voice. And we are also trying to work with folks to email or text to make sure that you did not have to sit here all morning, well into the afternoon, hurrying up and wait. So I just want to thank you for your partnership. Thank everyone who agreed to testify. Thank HSC for helping us get the word out. And I'll turn it back to our committee council.
Thank you, Chair Kalos. The chair covered most of the procedural issues here, so I'll just cut to the chase. Council members, if you have questions for a particular panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function and we'll call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, we will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer to give you the go-ahead to begin. So please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before you deliver your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Michelle Jackson to testify. After Michelle Jackson, she'll be followed by Damon Kelly and Janelle Ferris. Michelle Jackson, you may begin once the Sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Kalos and members of the New York City Council Committee on Contracts. My name is Michelle Jackson. I'm the Executive Director of the Human Services Council, a membership organization representing about 170 human service providers in New York City. I want to first thank you, Chair Kalos, for your leadership here and for pushing, especially in this hearing, to get us the real essential answers that we need in order to serve New York and so that providers can budget and plan accordingly. And I also want to thank Council members Rosenthal and Lander for highlighting how this issue impacts our communities and the disparities in how we treat nonprofits versus other types of vendors. HSC, along with our members, have spent the last few years, or more than a few years, if I think about it, working with the city through the Nonprofit Resiliency Committee on the Indirect Cost Manual. We appreciate the amount of time that the city, particularly MOX and OMB, put into this effort. We're overall happy with the implementation of this effort, which I know we spent a lot of time in the initial testimony talking about. and thank Mox for that, and the CA team or the CIT team. It's really the funding and the overall lack of transparency about this funding process that's the crux of the issue that we're testifying about today. Indirect is not front page news. It's the funding, but it is the funding that's essential, the essential infrastructure to make programs operate. To equate indirect to terms that everyone will understand, program funding is the turkey and the sides. Indirect is the plates, the table, and the person that you assign to do the dishes. You don't have Thanksgiving without the plates and whoever the family member is designated for cleanup, and you don't have programs if you don't have indirect funding. For decades, the city has underfunded human services contracts, asking providers to do the critical work in our communities while not recognizing their true costs. The indirect initiative was one way to better identify those costs. It's not additive funding, it's actually paying for the real cost of these work. The manual that was created is very helpful, but it's not helpful if it doesn't come with funding, because telling providers that they can claim their true indirect rates but can't get new money for it, nor can they reduce services, is asking them to rearrange deck chairs on the Titanic. It's not helpful. The manual itself, without funding to cover it, just isn't helpful. We were appreciative to the City Council and the Mayor for agreeing to put funding in for FY20 and FY21. When the initiative was cut in FY20 by 20 million, we were also told that it was a right sizing just for FY20. At the very last minute of the budget negotiations in the final FY21 budget, we were then told that there would also be a reduction for FY21. It took 6 weeks after that into the new year for the city to communicate with the sector that this was not a right sizing and that there would be a retroactive cut of up to 40% and that the initiative is still in limbo for FY21. We're almost halfway through the year. To be frank, the way providers are being treated is a disgrace. COVID-19 has revealed what many of us already knew. Human services sector is on the front lines, keeping communities safe and healthy. During the pandemic, providers stepped up, switching services to meet the needs of communities, which meant more home delivered meals, starting food distribution points, getting technology to isolated populations, and doing all of that without the necessary PPE or clear guidance from government. The workforce is risking their lives, and lives have been lost in the human services sector, keeping residential facilities open and caring for those stuck at home. They do this while not being fully funded for their work, and now in the midst of a pandemic are being told they will not be reimbursed fully for the work they did already in FY20, and being told to wait and see in FY21. What other critical sector right now is being treated like this? Hopefully no others. As the mayor makes agreements with unions to not lay off workers through FY21, the human services sector is still reeling from cuts in FY21, indirect included. The city created fiscal chaos for a sector providing critical safety net supports for New Yorkers. One thing must be clear: cuts to indirect mean cuts to services and layoffs for essential workers. Cuts to human services at the city and state level, including this cut to indirect funding, has resulted in the layoffs of over 40,000 human services workers in New York City since February of 2020. Cutting indirect is also the worst kind of cut because indirect is attached to all levels of the agency. When there's a program cut like summer youth, providers can decide if they can prop up that program or if they need to close. But you can't close IT, management, security, rent, etc. And so with this cut, we're asking providers to do the impossible and cut out basic needs to their organizations while supporting communities. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify. We just want to say it's vital that the FY21 adopted budget is immediately modified. The November mod came out with no cuts, and we would like to see the restoration for both funding in FY20 and FY21. I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, thank the council for this opportunity.
As a courtesy to everyone who is waiting, I'm going to put myself on a 5-minute clock too for questions and answers and for anyone else. So Michelle, I want to thank you and your organization for your leadership on this and so much else and just continuing to fight on this. So I'm going to ask you 6 questions, 5 minutes to answer. Please, Sergeant, start the clock.
Starting time.
The Health and Human Services Cost Policies and Procedures Manual was created through the Nonprofit Resiliency Committee. Has the city continued to work in collaboration with the nonprofit sector throughout the rollout of this program and the manual?
So yes, we saw a number of different types of collaborations. I would say those did stop once COVID happened. We haven't had a Nonprofit Resiliency Committee meeting or a meeting of the subgroup from the NRC on indirect since the pandemic started. But the MOX team and OMB did convene like bi-weekly calls of coalition partners throughout the pandemic to talk about critical issues.
So at a time that nonprofit resiliency is most at risk, over the past 8 months, there hasn't been a meeting of that resiliency committee.
There has not been.
They should meet. Next question, has the Mayor's Office of Contracts done anything to attempt to minimize harm to the city's human services sector during this last year's budget or this year's budget that is impacting the indirect funding?
So we haven't seen anything from MOX in terms of the budget. We have seen MOX, when the pandemic started, did release very helpful guidance on ensuring providers could get paid on their contracts throughout the pandemic. I think that guidance came a little delayed, but was helpful. But we have not received, I think, our providers have not received the appropriate guidance on what to do around the indirect cost manual in terms of their own budgets.
You got to watch the beginning of this hearing where I spent a lot of time asking how much money is needed, and they refused to answer. I asked them if they even told OMB this. They refused to answer. Do you happen to know how much money this should probably cost?
So we don't either. I think doing some guesstimates, what I call advocacy math at the beginning of this when we were advocating for funding, a 2% increase costs $106 million, and we assume that most providers need between a 2 and 5% increase. So we estimated this around $200 million. We would love the information from MOX, and that was, not with that information coming in. We had no idea what people's indirect rates would really be. So we have also asked MOX for that information and have not received it to find out kind of for FY20, what's the calculation of funding that's really needed? Because as advocates, that would also be helpful.
Good news is I found $200 million in the budget in October. So
I appreciate that. I wrote that down.
It's on the record. They testified under oath. And so since they rolled out this indirect and created it back in November 2019, what's the impact on providers for it to get cut even before it gets fully rolled out? And are the human service providers any worse now than they were before the program was created?
The providers are certainly worse off. Providers went through FY20 relying on their indirect rates. And as you'll hear from providers, they can tell you what that number is. But I have at least 3 providers that I can think of off the top of my head that should have gotten $1 million in FY20 for indirect. So they're getting $400,000 less. That's money that they spent because you can only reimburse for spent expenses. And now that we're 6 months into the new year with a big question mark about whether they're going to get 60%, 100%, et cetera, they can't claim their real indirect rate now because they don't know if they're going to get it. So they're either reimbursing and using the hope and prayer method that they'll get reimbursed, or they're not billing for things and then they won't be able to get paid. I will also point out that the cost manual changes how providers calculate indirect. So the idea was that they should be getting paid that rate. And if they're going to get stuck at 10% or 60% of something, it's better to actually not have the manual, because then providers can go back to the way they were doing indirect before.
So I have 2 more questions in just under a minute for us to get through them. Can you share how much time and money it took the providers to get this indirect that then got yanked out like Lucy and Charlie Brown with the football? And then the last question is just we're currently living through this second wave of the pandemic. How has coronavirus impacted the money nonprofit service providers are spending on these indirect costs?
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah, asks are indirect costs or not.
Absolutely. So yes to both. So providers can tell you individually, but most of them engaged a CPA firm, which can cost anywhere between $5,000 and $20,000, and they took between 3 and 6 months to go through and figure out their new indirect rate and put in new systems in place. So it actually increases their indirect costs to figure out their indirect costs, and they can give you individual examples. And then nonprofits had to turn on a dime, invest in new technology, do new outreach, all of that. The management teams had to switch their focus, and so in order to do that, they have to expend a significant amount of resources during the pandemic to get at clients, and a lot of those are indirect costs. And even if they're not, having a $400,000 deficit now from FY20 certainly means that any money they spent on the pandemic creates a bigger loss for those providers.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you, Chair Kalos. We will now turn to Councilmember Rosenthal for questions.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony and all your work, Michelle. Do you know of any provider that has gone throughout this whole system, has then invoiced and then gotten reimbursed?
I do not. And we just had a meeting of our executive directors at the beginning of this week. And I think maybe one of them said that they had submitted an invoice for a very nominal amount, like maybe a couple of $100s, but they haven't been paid for it. So I don't have a single one of my members who have told me actively that they have gotten paid.
So we're talking about millions of dollars. We're quibbling over what's in the budget, what's not in the budget. We're quibbling over the minutia of the indirect rate. And a year, 2 years after, a year and a half after making this agreement to fund this thing called indirect rate, and no one has gotten any money?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We will now hear from Damon Kelly, followed by Janelle Farris, and then Gregory Morris. Damon Kelly, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Kalos and members of the Contracts Committee. I first want to thank you all for all the work that you've done on behalf of the nonprofit community. We truly appreciate your support. I want to directly answer some of the questions that Chair Kalos asked Michelle, just talking about the expenses. So as an example, and I'm sorry, I failed to introduce myself, Damon Kelly, President and CEO of Lutheran Social Services of New York. So in putting together our indirect rate, we paid our accounting firm $21,000 to prepare the information for the higher rate. Based on that, we were planning to receive an additional $551,000 in funding. This funding would have been used for training, increased rent, technology purchases, and so forth. Once we budgeted this and started to spend, we were shocked to learn months later that due to the city's financial difficulties, this amount would be reduced by 40%, representing a loss of $204,000. That's $204,000 that we had already spent, and of course have no way of recovering it. So we were harmed that way. I think what's really troublesome about all of this is that it's only the nonprofit sector that is expected to run its business not knowing how much money it's going to get. And I think part of the problem is the idea that as a nonprofit, we're not a business. And as I constantly tell people, and my colleagues will remember me saying this, the 501c3 is our tax status. It's not our business model. And in no other sector that the city does business with, would they make a promise, have that business spend money, and then decide, excuse me, and then decide, months later, well, we're not going to pay you for it after it's already been promised. We're not asking for a handout in this sector. We're asking for transparency and a commitment to following through on promises made. We seek fairness and equity at a time when we are meeting the needs of so many New Yorkers during this challenging time. We are asking that we be respected as professionals and true partners with government in meeting the challenges facing the city. We ask to be looked at as businesses whose tax status is not its business model. We ask that we be treated as the essential component of the city that we constantly are being told that we are. You would not treat somebody who's so essential in this poor manner. Thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. It looks like Councilmember Rosenthal has a question, so we will turn to her for the first round of questions.
Just real quickly, Dr. Kelly, thank you so much for all you do every single day. We really, of course, the city owes you a great debt of gratitude. Have you invoiced for any of your agreed upon indirect rates?
So we've invoiced based on the reduction because that's what we were told. So we originally billed for the increased amount and was told because of the budget cut and because of the retroactive cut, we can only receive the lower amount.
And so you were required to invoice again?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you been reimbursed?
No, we haven't. We're still short that $204,000 that I had mentioned.
Okay, so you originally invoiced for like 500,000.
Right, because that's what we were promised, and we were only able to get about 300,000. That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no additional hands raised from the members, we will move on to the next panelist. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. The next panelist will be Janelle Farris, followed by Gregory Morris, and then Keith Little. Ms. Farris, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chairperson Callos, and members of the Committee on Contracts for this opportunity to present excerpts from my written testimony that I'll hand in later. My name is Janelle Farris, and I'm the Executive Director and the President of Brooklyn Community Services. With over 150 years of experience working in Brooklyn's underserved community, our programs serve over 20,000 people annually. Throughout COVID-19, BCS crisis staff continued to reach clients, either in person or remotely, in an effort to continue positive growth and provide a life raft to those in need of it. We run shelters, provide housing, operate emergency food pantries, offer family support programs, daycare, mental health care, youth and education programs. Historically, for years, nonprofits have been paid by city government at rates 10 to 20% less than the cost of doing business. And just then, 2 years ago, thanks to many people who are listening today, the city of New York took a progressive step into a new paradigm. Working with nonprofit providers, we partnered and the city made a commitment to all New Yorkers to preserve the nonprofit sector and recognize that it is a vital part of city service. And now, the response that New York City gives to our shared effort to the over 600,000 people that are employed in this sector and to the hundreds of thousands of people that we serve. The city responds by saying, tough luck. For Brooklyn Community Services, this means a retroactive cut of over $745,000 to our FY20 budget. And 5 months into the fiscal year of 2021, we are forced to operate with uncertainty that is unconscionable. While we accept with some frustration 60% of that which we were promised, we are on track to receive $1.1 million that we have already spent. However, today, as recently as last week, we have only received one budget modification to file for $775. What does that mean in terms of operations? It means that multiple vacancies will remain unfilled permanently. It means that a large portion of staff who are already underpaid given the cost of living are denied raises. It means infrastructure improvements are postponed and salaries that competition demands we cannot pay. It means that we are less able to run efficiently. Consider that 90% of the workforce at BCS are people of color, and the majority are women earning an average salary in the $40,000 range. Consider that we cut Medicaid costs. We lower the number of people going to hospitals. We ensure that number of homeless people on the street is held low. We ensure that people have housing. We provide activities for young people. At the same time that cuts are being made to those services, we are being told that we will have less to do and more to do and less to do it with. These cuts dismiss the value of essential employees and the value and the efficiency of the nonprofit sector. These cuts suggest that people served by the nonprofit sector are not valuable citizens. This cuts undermine the effort of New York City to care for its citizens and belie the very nature of a city that is known for coming together in a crisis. In closing, I'm simply asking that you please work to uphold the promise of full indirect funding today for a stronger city tomorrow. I appreciate the work of all who are leading this committee and this hearing today, and am grateful that you will continue to fight, because what we are doing is ensuring that we will not recover well from this pandemic. Thank you.
Quick question, I'll take the clock, but won't need it, just for Janelle Ferris. During this hearing, you heard Mox repeatedly refuse to share how much this will cost because they have outstanding amendments. You just testified the amendment that they're talking about on your program is $775. Do you think that there's any reason why they shouldn't tell us how much is currently in play?
So I think that it's a very complicated system, and I do understand that Mox is creating a process through which we must voucher for each contract that we have. BCS has multiple contracts with multiple different city agencies. So each agency is required to submit a budget modification. We cannot submit that modification until we receive permission from the agency. And so until last week, only one agency had made such an option available to us, and that agency only owed us $775. The other agencies that would have given a substantial amount of indirect funding have been slow to supply budget amendments that will, or modification requests that would allow us to recoup the 1.1 million that we've already spent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kalos. Thank you, Ms. Farris. We will now turn to testimony from Gregory Morris, followed by Keith Little, and then Catherine Chapani. Mr. Morris, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Kalos, for making this time for us. I'm the Executive Director of the Stanley M. Isaacs Neighborhood Center. Councilmember Kalos, you are a partner and a champion of our community, and I thank you once again for supporting us and supporting our work. I wanted to say a few things now and deviate from my prepared remarks, because this is truly an example of preaching to the choir. I think this audience that's on this Zoom right now knows each other, knows our challenges, and as has been pointed out during the course of this conversation, the individuals who really need to hear us are not participating. And that's a complication for us, for our sector, and is reflective of an administration that does not respect the human services sector, does not appreciate, respect, or meet the needs. And despite a communication from the city administration to be able to support the stability of this sector, in every case along the way, in particular during the pandemic, it has abandoned us, walked away from us, added more responsibilities without communicating with us. And so I want to start there and add a few notes specific to Mox, because Mox has been supportive in a number of ways in helping think about the production of policies and processes that we could use. But just to highlight a few notes, because I think it's important as a follow-up. When Mox talks about an open and active process and it taking time because of the number of amendments that need to be completed to be able to do the work that it takes to secure these dollars, I can only think to myself, all of us on this call did not have any window to prepare for the pandemic. None of us in this moment had the opportunity to hit pause and say, let's get ready for what comes next. So I can't accept that. That's an excuse and an unacceptable one. Also, one of the folks from Mox indicated that we have access to state funding and we have access to private philanthropy. That's the beauty of being not-for-profits. And the reality is the state's not paying its bills. We all know that as well. And private philanthropy is in a panic because they're worried about their bottom lines. So we are in a compromised position, which is why the indirect rate, which cost us $15,000 to be able to secure the audited report to be able to talk about, was going to make an adjustment from a 10% to an 18% adjustment, which for us, that difference in dollars is about $145,000. Not having that $145,000, as has been noted by others, results in me making choices about whether or not to keep maintenance staff on board, fiscal staff on board, to ensure the insurance plans are acceptable for our personnel. These are all significant factors. Adding the reality of this moment in time and the challenge that we exist, it only seems like we are a credit card, quite frankly, for this administration, and the payments are due. And I don't know what the collection agency is, except to say that there's going to be an election in 2021. And it is my hope that the non-for-profit sector steps up and communicates and finds representatives that truly understand our value, our impact, know full well that it's our people that died during the course of this pandemic. It is our people that deserve every right to excel. And particularly, it is the Black and brown women who make this sector run, who need to be elevated, not continually held behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no councilmember hand raised, we'll move on to the next panel.
Councilmember Rosenthal has her hand.
Councilmember Rosenthal.
Thank you.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button.
That's okay, Chair. Councilmember Rosenthal.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm really just going to ask the same question to you, Mr. Morris. Have you invoiced for, do you have a modified contract to invoice off of for your new indirect rate, including the cost of your accountant?
It's such a great question. Unfortunately, I can't answer it directly at this moment. Part of the reason for that is because the city right now has us undergoing, while we undergo our organizational audit, has us undergoing 3 audits with separate city agencies from FY18 as part of their process for going through auditing. That they're going through this during the pandemic means my fiscal staff, which is already a staff by virtue of the cuts and indirect, I can't necessarily keep on board, has to deal with that process as opposed to facilitating the accessibility to the amendments that would result in the invoicing. So it's true that the city's behind. We are also behind.
And let me guess, have you been able to invoice or get reimbursement for anything that was modified for fiscal year 20 or 21, given that you're being audited for fiscal year 18? Oh, wait, we have to unmute Mr. Morris.
I'm unmuted now. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. No, we haven't seen any of these dollars. We haven't seen any dollars from the city. We haven't seen any dollars from the state. We aren't seeing as much money from private philanthropy. This sector, as you know, is in crisis. We were in crisis in 2016 when 20% of our agencies were worrying about insolvency. Then the pandemic hits. So let's assume that that's doubled. I think we're a year to 18 months away from many of us in the sector turning to you and saying, we need to close our doors because we can't continue to be present in the way that we have been because our bills are not being paid. At the same time, as you have noted and others have noted, that other union contracts are being fulfilled, other entities are being respected, and we are not.
Thank you so much for all the work that you do on behalf of New Yorkers. Thank you.
I can't actually raise my hand, I don't think. We can try to figure that one out. Greg, thank you for coming. Your office is literally a block away from my district office. And thank you for your testimony. It strikes me as odd that you're getting audited. Is it true that at one point you supported NYCHA tenants against a Mayor de Blasio pushed NYCHA infill project?
Yeah, I am not going to extrapolate anything from that. I will just say this: we've done everything we possibly could to meet the needs of the residents of our community, whether it was an infill project that was unfair, whether it was the absence of air conditioning that the city said it would provide that it didn't provide, and you supported us with, whether it's the absence of food security issues, or an effort to provide food to community members that was not meeting any of the targets and plans that it had set forth, and by the way, happened without the insight and engagement of community-based providers, which quite frankly is not only a strategic error, but also probably a financial one. I can only say that we, and I think like others, oftentimes end up getting audited for things that happened years ago. And to spend any hour of any day focused on FY18 in the middle of a pandemic is truly disturbing, troubling, and overwhelming for any institution. We are an $8 million shop. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a shop of $2 million, nor can I imagine it being 200 million. It's a lot to ask for all of us.
But surely you were audited before you stood up to the mayor on 3 or 4 different issues.
When I've stood up to the mayor on several issues, whether it was related to air conditioning, food insecurity, particularly focused on older adult issues, public housing related issues, yes, we certainly have been audited. The fact that we're being audited now, again, in the middle of a pandemic, when I am compromised in terms of the dollars that I have to pay for these services that our financial team provides, is unconscionable, is complicating, and is quite frankly overwhelming.
Will they reimburse you for the indirect costs of having to pay the CPAs and everyone involved in this audit?
Well, as has been noted during the course of this conversation, those fees can sort of plug into your indirect sort of category. The reality is I've lost $145,000 essentially in dollars by virtue of this cut to the indirect rate that was approved after Mox had made us go through multiple hurdles to do it. And by the way, I had to hire an independent auditor to go through those, our financials, which cost us $15,000, which how do I get reimbursed for that? I mean, at the end of the day, like all of us on this call, we're in the business of trying to meet the needs of the people who are directly in front of us. And so we have to make choices because we're not just in the people business, we're in a business. And so we have to make very hard choices about how to account for those costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Keith Little, followed by Catherine Chapani, and then Alan Mukatel. Mr. Little, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Time begins now.
Good morning, Chairperson Kalos and members of the City Council Committee on Contracts. My name's Keith Little. I'm President and CEO of SCO Family of Services. We're one of the largest human services providers, not only in New York City, but in the state of New York. SCO provides essential services in 6 core areas: early childhood education, foster care, youth development, preventive services, homeless services, and special needs. And obviously you can see from that list, a lot of them are New York City contracts. Over 60% of our operating budget comes from New York City contracts. This funding allows us to serve approximately about 60,000 families each year throughout Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. The lack of financial support and equity is no more apparent than in the decreased rates of reimbursement for indirect costs associated with providing critical services to New York's most vulnerable populations. Unfortunately, the pandemic has only exacerbated already limited reimbursements for indirect costs, I should say, for services. We find ourselves in a situation right now with current year and our projected loss of about $600,000 for fiscal year 20 and an equally deficit in fiscal year 21, which we're not sure of at this point. As a result of it, our board of directors is questioning why we continue to operate programs without a reciprocal commitment from New York City. I've had a number of conversations with my board chair about why are we in this business and why are we doing this? And he's a businessman. And so he's questioning our continued commitment to New York City when there doesn't seem to be that commitment to us. Obviously, the indirect costs go towards critical areas that Dr. Kelly mentioned as it relates to staffing, as it relates to training, as it relates to IT infrastructure and back office support, which we can't do. The need for essential services has and will continue to grow with the pandemic, with the greatest need still on the horizon and things we don't know. The change in direction for promised funding support is an affront to thousands of staff, families, and not-for-profit organizations that thrive on this livelihood. As a nonprofit provider, we also have a fiduciary duty to act with care and accountability in our spending, while holding fast to our mission of helping maintain mental, physical, and emotional dignity for those that are in need. Today, I stand with my nonprofit colleagues, as well as SCO teachers, social workers, peer support specialists, mentors, counselors, medical support, in moving forward and urging this committee to really take a close look and a deep dive into New York City's commitment to us. We're committed to New York City, and we're committed to the communities and the individuals we serve. Why can't the city be committed to us? Thank you for the time today.
Thank you. I see that Councilmember Rosenthal has her hand raised, so we will call on her for questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the work that you do, President Little. I love SCO and go out of my way at every turn to try to add funding. Just really admire the work that you do. Were you able to successfully negotiate with the city a new indirect rate?
We had negotiated an indirect rate, which was going to be effective for retroactively for fiscal year 20, and we thought for 21, and then the rug was pulled out from under us.
Yeah. Have you invoiced for any of that?
Invoiced and have not been paid.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Seeing no other council member hands raised, we will move on to the next panelist. We will next hear from Catherine Trapani, followed by Alan Mukatel, and then Darren Block. Ms. Trapani, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Kalos and members of the committee for scheduling this hearing today. My name is Catherine Trapani, and I am the Executive Director of Homeless Services United, a coalition of mission-driven nonprofit homeless services providers. HSU's members run a variety of programs that function as a critical part of the city's safety net. Member programs include everything from HRA homeless home-based prevention programs, DHS street outreach, HRA domestic violence and DHS homeless shelters, DHS SRO homeless housing programs, and more. Together, this portfolio of contracts fulfills the city's legal obligation to provide shelter to all New Yorkers who need it, and our collective commitment to serve those most at risk and struggling with housing instability. As the council well knows, many of these programs have been underfunded for years. Nonprofits have always worked to privately fundraise to subsidize the city's efforts to combat homelessness, crafting unique solutions to complex problems. But in recent years, we've fundraised not just to innovate and add new interventions, but to survive the city's business practices, which can border on abusive. For years, we floated operations of shelter programs the city is legally obligated to provide without reimbursement, waiting for contracts to register, for invoices to be paid, and for amendments and modifications to be approved. Right now, I can name several providers who are owed millions of dollars in receivables for services already rendered. 2 are owed nearly $30 million each, another $20 million. Given the fiscal precarity of the sector, the city found an eager partner in me to collaborate on solutions to improve business practices, first via the Nonprofit Resiliency Committee and later through provider and coalition work groups with OMB and MOX. Through this collective work, several innovations were suggested and several more moved forward, including finally investing in the infrastructure that makes nonprofits work and creating a rational system to set indirect cost rates and fully fund them, as we've been discussing today. Lending the collective expertise of my membership and my time, I worked closely with the city's implementation team to implement the indirect cost policy and staked my reputation on the promises made to convince my member organizations and colleagues to do the work and invest resources in making it happen. HSU member organizations, as you've just heard, hired accountants and auditors who worked tirelessly on reallocating costs and painstakingly reviewing every single line and every contract of every budget to implement the policy on the promise that they would finally be made whole and fully funded to support their operations. Throughout the implementation process, but particularly towards the end of fiscal 2020, members began to make decisions about what contracts to renew and which they could no longer afford to operate. Some programs had begun the year with indirect cost rates of 0, and it was only due to the commitment to fully fund indirect for these contracts that the nonprofits decided to continue their work on those projects into fiscal 2021. You can imagine our disappointment when, after budgeting for full funding and making business decisions based on that commitment, fiscal year 2020 funding was slashed by 40%, and fiscal 20. I'll wrap up shortly. And fiscal 2021 funding remains uncertain. There is simply no way to recover retroactive losses for 2020 in a good year, let alone when a global pandemic makes it nearly impossible to fundraise for these types of expenses. The uncertainty for 21 makes matters worse. And as Michelle stated before, many of our providers are actually materially worse off than before because they were forced to follow the guidance and move some of their administrative indirect expenses out of their direct cost base. And because we're waiting for agencies to give us permission to modify those costs back into the indirect and approve those amendments, people are actually worse off than they were before this whole thing started. And I just want to close by saying, in cases where nonprofits continue their operations, I just want to be clear that this funding is critical and necessary to successfully operate programs that people rely on to survive. Shelter providers that were already struggling under the weight of broken promises and delayed payments can no longer take on new projects just as need is spiking. And I can guarantee you that many of the programs that are not currently in receipt of indirect funding, like the HRA, SRO housing, will close without intervention. Those programs, if the city doesn't fully fund them, literally no one else will. Foundations and private funders are not interested in supporting continued housing of formerly homeless men with barriers of economic successes due to all the prejudices against that population. So in the event that this funding doesn't come through, the tenants in those buildings will be relegated to the streets or shelters. And without the council's intervention, we're going to lose the affordable units forever. So we really implore you and members of this committee to restore the funding that we need to survive. And thank you for your advocacy to try to get this done. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify and apologize for going over.
Thank you, Mr. Pani. We'll now turn to the chair for questions.
No need for apology. We should have given you 5 minutes to begin with. Thank you for all the work that you did, particularly with your members and asking them to trust you and this administration to go through the difficult work of indirect rates. I guess first question, slightly off topic. I wrote an op-ed with Fred Shack, and so this morning, more than 18,000 children woke up in a shelter, 17,000 family members. Together, they made up about 10,000 families. Right now, we have more vacant apartments, more rentals, co-ops, condos, than we have homeless families, and in fact, probably could house all of them tomorrow. Would you support an effort to have a housing first policy that just said, let's take all these vacant apartments and get rid of get our homeless into these homes?
I mean, of course, the devil's in the details on how you get it done. You can pass Intro 146 to get the rental income. Yeah, I know you're a sponsor, but right, like there's mechanisms that we can collaborate with you on to get that done. But I read your op-ed. I thought it was dead on, and I'm grateful to your advocacy on this issue.
We need your help to get it done. The next question is, you mentioned 2 organizations, 20 million, 30 million. If you could put me in touch with those organizations, I would like to get them. It's too late for me to get them paid by Thanksgiving, but damned if I won't get them paid by Christmas, Hanukkah, or Kwanzaa, or whatever they might be celebrating in December.
Thank you.
So absolutely on that. And just what is the impact of this going to be on, so tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and they're hungry. There are people who are hungry. There are people who will sleep on their streets, and they will be on the street for Thanksgiving. There will be people who will be celebrating this Thanksgiving in a shelter. What has been the impact of these indirect cuts? What will it mean for our city's homeless?
I mean, I think that you're already seeing some of the sort of infrastructure and fraying, right? Like indirect pays for things like internet, right? for homeless students struggling to learn in temporary housing. It pays for the folks that kind of keep supply chains moving and PPE and all of those other things. So all of those back office workers are hanging by a thread. And, you know, there's a couple of folks that have called me in the past couple of weeks worried about their next payroll. So, you know, it really can't get more precarious. And if our member agencies can't continue to operate, all of those folks that, you know, should be, you know, getting served by street outreach programs, by our feeding programs, prevention, shelter, and so on, I don't think, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I don't think the city of New York is prepared to take over the direct operations of the shelter system by itself. So if they don't have the capacity to do that in lieu of nonprofits, then they need to pay nonprofits to do it the right way. And so that's kind of where we are. So I don't know exactly when it breaks, but I can tell you that it's close. And, you know, some parts of the portfolio, like the SRO housing, which is probably the most chronically underfunded of all, like those programs I'll tell you will close. The rest of the system, it's precarious, but I don't have a projection, but we'll lose SRO housing units and those folks will just be in the streets.
It's sad that the day before Thanksgiving, Mayor de Blasio is sticking to a budget that will force more people out onto the streets. So thank you for that. On the issue of the children who are trying to learn, as schools have closed and are in shelters without internet, that you know that this is something that is near and dear to my heart and something we've got legislation on. That being said, if you have specific shelters in mind, I'm willing to work with Altice and Spectrum to bring them coverage, and I will show up at the locations tomorrow or Friday. With I worked my way through college laying Cat 6 and fiber at SUNY Albany. So like I will literally show up with the Cat 6 on my back and wire them for internet myself if the city won't. And I'm sure I can convince some of my brothers and sisters at IBEW and CWA to do the same. Thank you. Over to Councilmember Rosenthal.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pani, thank you for your great testimony, hitting the nail on the head, and also for the amazing work that your providers do. Just wondering, of all the providers that you're working with, do you know if any of them have gotten their newly modified reimbursement, have gotten invoiced and actually received money for their newly modified indirect rates?
I don't think so. And so, you know, we like even you're saying newly modified, like we're struggling to get the agencies to proactively advise providers on how to do those modifications. So I've been in contact with Erin Valeri and Jen Geiling in a couple of days, and they're helping with some of our folks, but it really has been a confusing process. And there's not a lot of guidance.
Unfortunately, I have to like run to the door, but thank you for all of that. Yeah, they didn't, it sounds like they really want to try to help. So,
yeah,
but thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Pani. We will now hear from Alan Mukatel, followed by Darren Block, and then Paul Fairstein. Mr. Mukatel, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins.
Good afternoon, Chair Kallos and members of the Contracts Committee. My name is Alan Mukatel, and I am CEO of Rising Ground, one of New York City's oldest human service organizations with 1,600 staff supporting 25,000 vulnerable children, adults, and families across New York City. Our staff are essential workers and are tremendously impactful. Prior to and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, we provide family stabilization and foster care services, services for survivors of intimate partner violence, residential programs for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and residential programs for court-involved youth and young people with significant emotional and behavioral challenges. To deliver these services, we must have basic resources, and these resources include the infrastructure to manage our operations. We must be able to cover the various basic indirect costs, such as maintaining finance, human resources, quality assurance, and facilities functions. New York City has come to recognize that properly covering indirect cost is essential for it to have an effective nonprofit service partners. To not deliver on that promise and to pay an arbitrarily set low rate is strangling us. In FY20 alone, Rising Ground will be forced to make up $860,000 to cover its indirect costs that New York City has determined to be valid and worthy of paying through an improved indirect rate. The money will come from the scarcest of resources, if they are even available, that any nonprofit has, that is discretionary funding. In other words, one must depend on fundraising, interest income if you have it, or monetization of assets to cover costs our government partners should bear. This is money that instead should be used to actually enhance services. And if we do not have those funds, which Rising Ground does not, the failure to cover indirect costs results in increased debt that ultimately makes our organizations more fragile. Further, in our case, our federal and state contracts pay a much more realistic indirect rate than the city does. And as a result, we risk losing that revenue if we cut expenses from those programs. More importantly, we would be forced to operate without the appropriate infrastructure. The city is asking its nonprofit human service providers to continue a business model that is not tenable. Most nonprofits are barely holding on, and donations are harder to find than ever. We would not expect any business to operate in this manner. When nonprofits promise to provide services, we keep that promise. And when New York City promises to pay for them, it should do the same. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mucatel. Seeing no member hands raised, we will move on to the next panelist. Next up, we have Darren Block, followed by Paul Feuerstein, and then Michelle Yanch. Mr. Block, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Thanks so much. And thank you, Committee Chair Kalos and fellow committee members for the opportunity to join this discussion. My name is Darren Block. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of Greenwich House, which is a community-based nonprofit that's been serving New Yorkers in the West Village and beyond for 117 years now. And before I jump into a couple of prepared remarks, I want to highlight a few earlier statements made. I want to affirm something that Councilmember Rosenthal made. I know Jen and Aaron. I know their team at Mox. I know they are deeply committed to and deeply care about nonprofits. They've given a lot of energy, attention to our sector, but they're working within a system that has been stubbornly intractable. And to a point that Councilman Lander made, we're here discussing a decision made by this administration amid a health and fiscal crisis. But I do want to be clear that the failures here are truly collective failures across government. Mayors and city councils over decades have been focusing on the wrong fiscal approach and long social priorities. And so that said, my remarks are a little bit more towards how do we begin to change our approach to these problems? Because I think it's been clear, and I've been impressed with the level of depth that many of the council members have shown for this issue, which is remarkable. Because here's what I would say, that I think it is fair to say that the words, that there are a few words in government speak that are less compelling than indirect rate. Unfortunately, it's an understated policy with an outsized impact on communities and families and our efforts towards economic justice. Because we know that communities with healthy and vibrant community-based organizations develop healthier and more vibrant people who make our city, our whole city, and the civic fabric economically stronger and more socially resilient. And that isn't the stuff of pseudoscience and fairy tales. Those are outcomes that are understood through the lens of hard economics and rigorous evaluations. So when we undercut our nonprofits with a dysfunctional approach to indirect rates, we're sabotaging our growth potential during good times, and during times of crisis, we're literally cutting into some of our best tools to build back better. Even more troubling is the fact that the work is largely being advanced by women and people of color, serving marginalized communities and communities of color. So when we undercut our nonprofits with a dysfunctional approach to indirect rates, we're also accepting and perpetuating a systematic underinvestment in our Black and brown communities and our historically underinvested communities. To be clear, this is happening at city and state levels. It is systematic and it is intentional. It's baked into every contract across every agency. And as they say, the system is working exactly as the system was designed to work. So I can give examples if they're needed, but I would just highlight really quickly that the nonprofit dilemma is something that no other business sector is faced to confront. We're professional problem solvers, and so we find a way to make the math work. We fundraise, we learn how to run lean, we get creative, but this is a model and approach supported by government, which is unpredictable and unsustainable. And so while I have hope that we can change course, it really is going to take deliberative action and a thoughtful, intentional energy, not just from this administration, but from administrations to come and from our colleagues in the council who have been very supportive, but I think need to make some real strident gestures towards a more functional system for our city. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Block. We'll now turn to Chair Kalos, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal for questions.
Reminder
Starting
to
time.
Yeah, thank you. Darren, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the City and State First Read. It is how I get my news. I think you got to see a lot of this hearing, and you've been on different parts of the government. We literally had an agency refusing to answer questions about the financial need, refusing to even help us measure the scope and depth of how much we need for the budget. We had them pointing the finger at OMB, the OMB pointing it in different directions. How do we get people to be honest and share the information that we need so that we can make the actual budget process work?
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost, you need to have the will to ask tough questions and accept answers that are, I think probably scary for some folks. I mean, I appreciate Michelle Jackson offering a figure like $200 million as an estimate to sort of address this issue. That's a huge number. That's an intimidating number. But what I'd say is, I think part of the problem is when folks look at fairly addressing and balancing costs in the system, I think sometimes it's looked as a nice have. It's looked as frivolous. It's looked as a gift. And again, that's an investment. That is a tangible investment. There's literally a triple bottom line return for investing in these nonprofits that are, employing people in communities of need, supporting those communities of need, and literally giving our city healthier and more vibrant outcomes for community. It is just such so anyway, it is, I think it demands courage and leadership and people willing to envision a different way of going about these processes and of prioritizing where we're funding and where we're prioritizing dollars and investments.
So I guess the big question for me is, so you've worked in utilities, you worked with government officials, you've worked in the mayor's office dealing with strategic partnerships, you worked in for-profit publishing. Every time we have these conversations, I asked City Hall the other day, like, how come we can pay Northrop Grumman, a $1 billion defense contractor that literally kills people, $1 on the dollar, or even probably $1.50 on the dollar for what they do. And when they mess up and Nicewind goes down, like, we still pay them. And yet, for some reason, when I'm like, why can't we pay nonprofits $1 for dollar for what they do? People are like, oh, that's different. That's nonprofits. Is it any different for you running your nonprofit now than it was before? And how do I break through to people that if we're asking somebody to do something for us, we have to pay for it?
Yeah, I love the point made earlier by one of my colleagues on the point, I think it was Damon Kelly, who made the point. Nonprofit is an approach to business. It does not mean we are not in business. And so I would say the fact that we're not looking at this as we should be trusted partners, that we are not seeking a profit. What we are seeking is to be made whole to do essential services that government has said they don't want to do anymore. They're giving to this network. So I think I say that to say, I think we really need to reshape the perspective that the public sees, that business leaders see, that other influencers see, and quite frankly, I think a lot of elected officials and how they see this network of nonprofits and service providers and the model with which you do, because I genuinely believe that that part of this is this misunderstanding of, oh, philanthropy will make you whole or someone else will make you whole. Well, the problem is if I have to spend my time filling a gap that no other business has to fill, that is taking energy and resources and creativity away from doing what philanthropy and others would want to do, which is how do we further invest and double down on investments the government is making, and how do we use philanthropic and other resources to innovate and to create and expand the reach of government. And that model has been completely thrown off the last 30 or 40 years.
Let's get it done. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal.
Starting time.
Thank you for your spot on testimony. Has your organization applied for and gotten approved for an indirect rate? And have you seen any money come in the door from that?
In a tragic set of circumstances, I believe the day either before or the day that we got the notice about the 40% cut, we had also gotten notice of our approved new rate, which was just a little bit mind-boggling. We have not applied for any reimbursements under the last rate. We have, just to be clear also, we are doing some other contracts with the city in which they have been paying us quickly, but those are direct, those are nothing that's applied the revised rate to it. So we have not had an experience with that yet. But we are, as others have said, trying to untangle exactly what this means in terms of some of our contracts because of this odd thing like you're going to get 60% of the new rate. So it's a little bit more than you were making. But as I've said, getting 60%, which might be an increase, but it still falls short of what we're spending, is still not fully funding us. And so it still creates this dilemma.
And just making the point, you haven't seen a dime, despite the fact this policy was changed a year and a half ago.
We have not, though. The point's made. I think that might as well be on. That might be also on our part of just our trouble in the time.
And unfortunately, I missed. I think it's Rising United. I don't know if they're still on, but if the gentleman from Rising United could just email over to the City Council whether or not they've seen a dime, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Chair Kallos.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. We will now move on to the next panelist. It's going to be Paul Firestein, followed by Michelle Yanchi, and then Caitlin Andrews. Mr. Firestein, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Paul Feuerstein. I am the CEO of Barrier Free Living. We're about to celebrate our 40th anniversary. I'm the founder of the agency and have been CEO the entire time. And I have seen the changes that have happened in New York City in the last 40 years, where the city saw the wisdom of working with nonprofits to address homeless issues, to address a variety of other issues, rather than working with city employees to do the same kinds of things. We can do it more efficiently. We do it for less money. And because of the balance that we have, there is a level of accountability that really wasn't there before. I have to say, I am the leader of a mission-based business. I am not the leader of a charity. We are not in the business of going out of business, of giving our money away, of folding our tents and stealing away into the night. We're in the business of continuing to serve the people we serve, people with disabilities who are survivors of domestic violence, and to make sure that those services continue whole. The biggest challenge we have had over the years has been with the indirect rate. Newsweek at one point put out an article about this to say the average indirect rate of not-for-profits nationwide at that point was 17%, and hardly anybody got that. It was expected, we're a charity, we're supposed to go out and raise that extra money to make up for that. We got a rate, we put in our paperwork, we were part of the Nonprofit Resiliency Committee. I'm a member of that committee. My CFO and I were part of the indirect rate project. We dotted the I's, we crossed the T's, we spent $8,000 to get our accountant to give us the 3-year certification. And we were certified for $256,825 in fiscal 20. We got the news of saying we're going to pay you 60 cents on the dollar, which comes to $154,095. So we, off the top, lost $102,730. We have yet to receive a penny of that money. We have had conversations. My CFO has had conversations with the folks in our funding agency who've said, please be patient with us. The money's coming soon so that you can be made whole for fiscal 20. And oh, by the way, we can't tell you exactly what's going to happen in fiscal 21 because we haven't figured it out yet. The reality is, as a multi-disability organization, we are hamstrung in terms of going to foundations. There are hundreds of foundations that support people with disabilities. If I only worked with blind individuals, I could raise $1 million a year without breaking out a sweat. When I tell those same foundations, maybe 5% of our people are blind, they say, thank you very much, we're not interested. The people who donate money to us do so to pay for emergency food, clothing, emergency needs for the people we serve. I can't do a GoFundMe campaign to pay for a member of my accounting staff. That's not going to go anywhere. Foundations don't want to pay for indirect. Individuals don't want to pay for indirect. They want to pay for services to the people in need. And so for us to be able to work efficiently, we first of all have to have a stable platform where our basic core administration is covered. And we're not having to do bake sales to be able to pay the rent. And I think that's a very important point to be made, because it's important for us to focus our fundraising on the people we serve. That's what people are interested in funding. And I can't take money that's been given to me to pay for food, to pay for clothing, to pay for other things, which are donor designated gifts, and say, oh, by the way, I can make up for the $102,000 in indirect rate that the city failed to pay us for last year. So it's important to make that point, that we're a business like so many other businesses. We happen to not be a for-profit business where the city is not looking at what is our indirect rate or how much are you spending on toilet paper, or all the kinds of things that we're being micromanaged about. And we know that in general, when a for-profit works with the city or the state, they give you a price for what it is, and that's it. And they're not being second guessed. We need to be in a place where you honor us enough as businesses to be able to support our core functions so that we can focus on raising money for the people in need.
Thank you. Quick question, Paul. Is it true you wanted to build 50 beds to serve the homeless in my district on Roosevelt Island at one point?
Yes.
Is it
Didn't happen.
Also true you found a welcome district with a council member and senator and even a Roosevelt Island Residents Association passing a resolution saying bring the homeless to our district so we can do our fair share and help these people as much as possible?
Yes to all the above.
And
we appreciated your support in making that happen.
Well, last question. We wanted to place it at Health and Hospitals at Kohler at an abandoned wing. Health and Hospitals is run by Mayor de Blasio. What stopped us from bringing your program to my district?
HHC said we couldn't use the space. Ultimately, they said it was because of what happened in Superstorm Sandy, that we were in a potential floodplain, and that was the story we got. At the beginning of the process, we were told we could use it temporarily because Kohler had other things in mind 5 or 6 years down the way. And we wonder, and people at Roosevelt Island expressed the wonder as to whether Kohler was going to be closed to be able to put more luxury housing on Roosevelt Island.
Not while I'm council member. I want to thank you. I just want to use this opportunity while we're both on the record and perhaps not necessarily under oath, but just like to talk about the fact that Mayor de Blasio, despite my best efforts, despite your best efforts and everyone else's best efforts to build more services for homeless on the east side, on the Upper East Side, has been our #1 blocker. So I want to thank you, and I just agree with every single thing you said in your testimony. Somebody pointed out and asked me to ask a person when we get a chance, and you gave a lot of good testimony. I gave an example in the private sector to the Mayor's Office of Contract Services where we had ordered $91 million worth of PPE and only gotten a certain amount. And as a result, we only paid $500,000 on that $91 million contract. When the city cuts your funding retroactively, does that mean that you somehow get to do less, like any other for-profit business would do?
No, we're expected to keep doing what we're doing no matter what.
Thank you. I'm out of time, and Councilmember Rosenthal, over to you.
Thank you so much. And Paul, thank you for answering the question in your testimony about whether or not you've seen a dime of reimbursement for the indirect rate, and the answer being no. For everyone else going forward, if you could please include that in your testimony, I'd really appreciate it. And I know that'll speed things along. And of course, I want to share the chair's admiration of all the amazing work you have done. I've been working with you recently on issues around domestic violence and sexual assault, and you're just, I want to cavell along with Chair Kallos. Thank you. Have a good holiday.
You too.
Thank you. In the spirit of Thanksgiving and letting folks get home, we have 21 more people testifying. I'm going to do my best to hold my questions. If folks can make sure to answer Chair Rosenthal's questions, we're going to try to let folks go. If you have questions that you are feel that need to be asked or should be asked of you, feel free to pass those along to either contracts@benkallos.com or MJ Okma over at HSC, and we'll try to make sure we ask it. And otherwise, I'll try to reserve for only the most burning questions.
Thank you, Chair. We'll now move to the next panelist. Next up is Michelle Yanchi, followed by Caitlin Andrews, and then Emily Levine. Ms. Yanchi, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Yanchi. I'm Executive Director of Good Shepherd Services. Thank you, Chair Kallos and Rosenthal, and other council members on the committee for the opportunity to testify on this very important and sensitive topic. Good Shepherd Services is a multi-service organization in New York City. We serve about 34,000 children and families a year. Since March, we have been fully deployed as part of the city's response effort in the pandemic. So just getting right to it, what does this mean for us? For Good Shepherd Services, our expectation based upon our calculation was that we would have received $1.2 million starting retroactively in fiscal year 20. Instead, that was changed after the budget cut occurred to $700,000, meaning that we received news after the fiscal year had ended that we needed to absorb now a cut of $500,000 from the previous year's budget that had already finished and adjust our FY21 budget for another $500,000, meaning we had to, in this fiscal year, absorb essentially $1 million cut. Getting to Councilmember Rosenthal's questions, for us, we have a federal NICOR rate, which is 15.1%. So compared to most of our contracts at best being at 10% indirect rate, that's a delta of 5%, which was what should represent that $1.2 million. I texted our CFO. She said, to her knowledge, we have not yet received a dime of the payments on that 1.2 million that we were originally slated to get, now 700,000. Although she said she's seen some paperwork around amendments, but just not payments. So what are we really talking about here? Terms like indirect costs, administrative rate, overhead are not appealing terms that garner priority attention in budget conversations, whether they be with government funders or philanthropy. So that's why it's important, I think, that we are really clear about what we're talking about. Indirect means having a strong infrastructural core. It means things like a strong finance team, a strong IT team, maintenance and facility staff. I highlight those three particular areas because those were exactly the team members at Good Shepherd Services who were most pivotal to our ability to be responsive in this crisis. In particular, our technology team and maintenance and facilities staff were our MVPs to be able to be part of the city response effort. So, yesterday I was part of the New York nonprofit conference, and one of the panelists in my panel talked about the nonprofit network as boots on the ground. We're like being part of New York City's strategic advantage every day, but especially in a crisis. And really what we just did is shoot ourselves in the foot. I want to emphasize 2 points. First and foremost, our contracts have always been underfunded. Neither the full cost of the direct services nor the indirect costs were ever being fully covered in the first place. This initiative was intended to right that wrong. Secondly, the cut to this initiative occurred retroactively, which means that organizations like Good Shepherd were expecting a level of resources, had budgeted for that, had expended based upon that understanding, and then had a hole blown in a budget in a year that had already ended. So make no mistake, this comes, as it always does, at the direct expense of the direct services and the participants that we serve. There are direct services that we can now not provide, direct assistance. That is always important, but even more so in a crisis situation. Our partnership between nonprofits and government should be about sharing risks and costs. And instead, once again, we feel like we're being left holding the bag. So rather than expanding services, which is what we really should be doing to take advantage of the strategic network that we have of organizations and nonprofit staff on the ground, instead we're having to make cuts and do layoffs. It's unfortunate in good times, and it's unconscionable in bad times. The indirect rate initiative is at its core about equity, fairness, and justice. It's probably one of the single most impactful drivers of either efficiency or, unfortunately, in our reality, inefficiency in human service provision in New York City. Essentially, it says that New York City is okay with providing poor services for poor individuals in poor communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Danchi. Seeing no questions from the chair or other members of the committee, we'll move on to the next panelist. Next up, we have Caitlin Andrews, followed by Emily Levine, and then Jonathan Miller. Ms. Andrews, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Kalos, Councilmember Rosenthal, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Caitlin Andrews. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Live On New York. Live On New York's members include more than 100 community-based nonprofits that provide core services to older New Yorkers to allow older New Yorkers to thrive in our communities. As discussed in November 2019, human services providers celebrated the significant and long overdue commitment by the city to fully fund nonprofits, finally, for their full indirect cost rate. Fast forward to today, and this process has been partially for naught, with the city cutting indirect cost rates by at least 40% in fiscal year 20 and an unknown amount in the fiscal year that we're almost halfway through. I state that this cut is at least 40% due to the fact that for aging services providers, they've learned that they will only be paid 60% of their indirect cost rate for just 7 months of their fiscal year 20 contract. They will not be paid for the other 5 months. There's no other way to put it than that New York City's human services providers are tired of operating as a partner in good faith with the city, only to receive funding that is below what is needed to execute each contract and what they truly deserve. Further, and more importantly, providers are tired of being promised funding that never comes to fruition. This is the third unfulfilled promise by this administration. Senior centers were promised $10 million through the city's model budget process that was eventually reneged. They were promised $5 million for senior center kitchen staff that also went unfulfilled. This is the third time that senior centers and senior providers have been told one thing and only to receive funding that is less than what they were promised. They must be redressed in full. This is not a question of availability of funding in a city like New York. It's a question of priorities. Live on New York implores the city to make nonprofits a priority, to fully fund nonprofits as a priority, to fully fund the indirect cost rate initiative and all prior commitments that have been made to the nonprofits that make this city what it is. I also want to talk about the fact that somebody mentioned boots on the ground previously. These are the boots on the ground. I have a weekly call with providers bi-weekly, and there are people that are in tears from having lost participants over the past few months. It is a really heart-wrenching time for our city and for the aging services sector in specific. And it's time to just not add stress to say, are we going to be in business next year? Candid has found that 1,829 nonprofits might go out of business across New York due to the COVID crisis. We can't have the city be responsible for part of that by not funding nonprofits what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Seeing no questions from the chair or other panelists or other members, I will move to the next panelist. Next up, we have Emily Levine, followed by Jonathan Miller, and then JT Falcone. Ms. Levine, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Kalos and members of the Committee on Contracts. My name is Emily Levine, and I'm here representing the Supportive Housing Network of New York. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today regarding the indirect cost rate funding initiative for fiscal years 20 and 21. As nonprofit providers working with our city's most vulnerable residents, we appreciated the city's foresight in committing to pay providers their true indirect cost rate. Our agency spent considerable time and resources to adhere to the city's requirements, only for the city to renege on these promised funds. To retract on this commitment is to demean trust in the city and damage nonprofit infrastructure. Undercutting our agency's reimbursements will only serve to strain the relationship between the city and the nonprofits it depends on. Nonprofit service providers acted on the good faith assumption that they would be paid for services rendered. Now, the city threatens to shortchange them for money that has already been spent. Reimbursements for the outlays that make it possible for organizations to provide crucial services, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, should never be on the chopping block. Not-for-profit agencies deemed essential to the functioning of a healthy and safe city are rarely treated as such. We appreciate the difficult fiscal situation the city finds itself in, but posit that it is unjust and unfair to balance the budget on the backs of mission-driven nonprofit organizations that serve the city's most vulnerable. While COVID-19 ravaged our city, workers at nonprofit agencies braved the pandemic to provide people with food, shelter, and other essential services. Providing these services was not without cost, and now the city shirks responsibility for reimbursing providers whose employees put their lives on the line to serve their fellow New Yorkers. Because of cuts to human services, including indirect funding, New York City's government contracted human services sector has laid off over 40,000 workers, and these cuts will only serve to compound the irreversible damage our nonprofits face. The events of 2020 serve to highlight just how essential nonprofits are to New York City. It is time for the city to provide these agencies with the compensation that is essential to their operational longevity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Levine. Seeing no questions from the chair and other members, we'll move on to the next panelist. Next up, we have Jonathan Miller, followed by JT Falcone, and then Annie Garneva. Mr. Miller, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Jonathan Miller, Chief Financial Officer of Sunnyside Community Services, community-based nonprofit located in Sunnyside, Queens, which is one of New York City's 40 settlement houses and is part of the United Neighborhood House Network. Sunnyside Community Services serves a diverse community of over 16,000 people of all ethnicities and income levels throughout Queens, with programs that range from pre-K to college and career readiness, home care and home health aid training, Beacon and Cornerstone community centers for children and families, a vibrant teen center, and full range of services for at-risk older adults, including social adult daycare for individuals with Alzheimer's, and a citywide program of supportive services for those who care for them. For years, city contracts have failed to cover the full cost of the services settlement houses and human services organizations have provided to communities. The indirect cost rate initiative was supposed to be a recognition of this failure. The mayor and speaker promised that going forward, critical programming needs like improvements to facilities, maintenance costs, additional staffing, technology, and more would be covered in human services contracts going forward. Sadly, in the face of a global pandemic, when New Yorkers were relying on those services more than ever, the city is cutting critical funding for indirect rates, undermining the work that providers put in over many months and causing further instability in the human services sector at a time when the city is relying on us more and more to provide COVID-19 related relief. For Sunnyside Community Services, we retroactively cut $40,000 in fiscal year 20, and we are planning on additional cuts of $35,000 in fiscal year 21 and $30,000 in fiscal year 22 for a total of over $100,000 related to this initiative. And we've yet to see any money yet for this initiative going back to FY20. So this cuts directly impacts how we effectively run our organization. We might have to draw down from our reserves to cover the gap, which would thus take away money from other well-needed direct service work. We might have to reduce our IT staff due to this cut, which will make it harder for our staff and clients to connect with us remotely at a time when they need it the most. These are the people that are keeping our client data safe. They ensure that we have the technology in place to keep children, seniors, and immigrants virtually connected at a time when disconnection has real consequences. These supports are what helps make this critical mission happen. We relied on this indirect cost initiative when we were making staffing and hiring decisions. Therefore, I implore the mayor and city council to honor their commitment to human services workers by fully funding the indirect cost rate initiative for FY 20, 20, and 21 and beyond. Thank you for taking the time to hear our testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Seeing no hands raised from the chair or other members of the committee, we'll move on to the next panelist. Next up is JT Falcone, followed by Annie Garneva, then Beatrice Diaz Taveras. Mr. Falcone, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Hey there. Thank you, Chair Kalos and members of the Committee on Contracts for the opportunity to testify today. My name is JT Falcone. I'm a policy analyst at United Neighborhood Houses. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing 44 neighborhood settlement houses, 40 in New York City, and our network reaches 765,000 New Yorkers from all walks of life. I'm going to skip the part of my testimony that's submitted that goes into background, just in the interest of and respect for everyone's time. We've gone through that pretty extensively here. You've heard from some of our members today already, and you'll hear from more later about the unique impacts to each settlement house. Just speaking from the 30,000-foot citywide view that we have, because each organization has a different indirect rate and because the city has not shared information about the overall cost of the ICR initiative, including after repeated attempts to secure that cost today, calculating the consequences of this budget cut is uniquely challenging. We know these cuts are destabilizing. We've heard it time and again today, especially in a time of unpredictable costs and escalating needs. After working with the administration in good faith, another term that's been used a lot, providers have been forced to lay off key administrative staff, including HR and IT team members. And as our member Sunnyside just mentioned, this comes during a time when staff morale is severely impacted by COVID-19 and remote technologies are more important than ever. So these cuts are really challenging and the times make them even more so. I just want to note very few organizations have cash reserves to utilize when the city makes last minute budget cuts like these. And it adds to the financial instability that these organizations are already dealing with during financially stable times. I also want to dive in addition to the financial impacts, there's an impossible consequence or an impossible to calculate consequence when the city breaks promises to its contractors, and that's the loss of trust. During a global pandemic with New Yorkers in greater need of emergency services, trust between the city and the nonprofit community is critical, and that trust has been severed. There's a tremendous opportunity cost when providers cannot trust city contracting agencies at a time when close coordination and cooperation is needed to ensure that all New Yorkers have the services and supports that they need. In light of all the above and in light of all that my colleagues and fellow advocates have raised today, we urge the City Council and the administration to follow through on their promises. It's that simple. Support the human service sector. Specifically, I know that I'm preaching to the choir. MOX and OMB must share their calculations for the total cost of ICR for FY20, FY21, and beyond. While we may not be able to rectify the consequences of the retroactive FY20 budget cut, it will be important to understand how such a disastrous oversight was made in a year when every dollar in the budget was so carefully considered. And without the full information to negotiate a clear budget that actually funds this initiative, there's no way for that to be done. I've got 2 more recommendations and I'll wrap. Fully fund the approved rates submitted to MOX for FY21 and beyond. With 5 months into the fiscal year, it's essential that the city ensure that funding levels are sufficient to cover the approved rates of human service organizations and communicate immediately. And the final one, I don't think I've heard it yet. Ensure that RFPs issued by city agencies accepts approved ICR and direct rates rather than requiring providers to respond using placeholder rates. I submitted to a couple of folks in advance of the hearing, but the recent ACS Family Enrichment Center RFP is an example where in Q&A, they responded saying that providers should sort of ignore their approved rates for right now and just submit budgets that have a 10% rate. And for all of the reasons that we've highlighted and all of the complexities that especially Councilmember Rosenthal went into during her thorough questioning, that doesn't cut it. It doesn't work. And it's setting us up for future failures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falcone. Next up, we will hear from Annie Garneva, followed by Beatrice Diaz-Taveras, and then Paula Magnus. Ms. Garneva, you will begin the sergeant's call time.
Time begins now.
Morning or good afternoon, thank you. My name is Annie Garneva, and I represent the New York City Employment and Training Coalition, which supports the workforce development community and our over 180 member organizations. To demonstrate the predicament that the city and state are placing workforce providers in, I will quote one of our members. The city and state will be looking toward agencies like ours to provide the employment services necessary to bring our community back in a service environment that could change at any moment. To do this requires that we reimagine and reinvent our approach to service delivery with reduced resources, requiring that we make investments in technology, staff, and physical locations that may not have been contemplated 9 months ago, and is a large strain on our resources. Due to reductions in funding, we have needed to reduce staff in employment and retention services. These reductions not only challenge us to maintain the same level of service delivery, but also restrict our ability to aggressively pursue strategies to break into new industries and develop new employer relationships. So throughout the last 8 months, workforce organizations have been facing financial hardships that hamper their ability to serve New Yorkers during the biggest unemployment crisis in decades. There is real concern that the short-term consequences of the FY21 city and state budget cuts and cuts to indirect funding, compounded by years of unpaid and underpaid government contracts and an overall decrease in revenue-raising capacity, will lead to permanent damage that many organizations will not survive. Cuts not only put these organizations at risk, but also deeply harm our communities and businesses during a time when we are trying to get business back up and running with quality talent, further putting tax revenue at risk. To demonstrate the deep need, increasing challenges, and real consequences of budget cuts, I will present raw data from our soon-to-be-released report on the city's workforce development sector during COVID since March. 38% of organizations have laid off staff and 20% have furloughed staff. 36% anticipate laying off more staff and 27% anticipate furloughing more staff. 71% had city contracts in FY21, and 65% of these saw a decrease in funding, and 36% saw staff decrease due to this budget. In comparison to this drastic reduction in resources and an overall strain on service providers' capacity, we found an overall increase in need and demand for services as more New Yorkers find themselves unemployed or under extreme financial duress. For employment services, 44% of responding organizations saw an increase in demand, while 38% anticipate being unable to meet overall demand. 45% have reduced employment service offerings, while 25% anticipate new or further reductions, and 11% have outright closed employment programs. Similar percentages are seen in training programs, which kind of create a longer term ability for New Yorkers to swing back.
Time is
15% outright closing training programs. Of course, we'll submit a lot more details to the council, as well as our report once we publish next month. We thank you for your time and consideration and look forward to working with you on these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Garniva. We will now turn to Councilmember Rosenthal for questions.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate your report. You say you represent 180 workforce training programs, right, in different organizations. Did any of them apply for the indirect rate?
Yes, quite a number of them.
Get any money?
I'm sorry?
Did any of them invoice and get any funding?
Yes and no in both directions, but I don't have particular statistics on them.
Okay, I'd be interested in hearing as a follow-up whether or not any of your members actually got money in the door.
Yeah, we'll definitely survey our members in that regard and work with you to get those numbers to you.
Great, thank you. If Mr. Falcone is still available from United Neighborhood Houses, and if he's not, I'll reach out another time, but I'm also curious if any of the settlement houses that United Neighborhood Houses represents, if any of them have received a dime. I know that the one in my district has applied and has not seen any money. It sounds like Sunnyside hasn't seen any money, but I'm wondering about the other settlement houses. And just moving forward, if anyone testifying today could just include that information in your testimony as to whether or not you have actually, we're not talking about budget, we're not talking about contract, we're not talking about big one, little one, doesn't matter, just whether or not you have received, if you've invoiced and received anything having to do with the indirect rate. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Rosenthal, it looks like Mr. Falcone stepped away, but I will move on to the next panelist unless the chair has a question.
I'll just apologize. I know folks would love questions. A lot of folks have now started messaging that we're going to lose them by 3 o'clock. So I would love to ask everyone questions, and I am inspired and agree with so much of everything you're saying. I'm trying to be responsive to the folks who have now been waiting almost 4 hours to testify. So we're going to do our best to hold questions and just try to move the hearing along so everyone can have their voices heard. And again, apologies, and we'll do our best to get folks out so they can start preparing for Thanksgiving. So we have about 15 folks left. So without questions, and if folks keep to that will get us on track for 2:30. With questions, we will blow past 3 o'clock and hit 5.
Thank you, Chair. We'll try and pick up the pace. Next up, we have Beatrice Diaz-Taveras, followed by Paula Magnus, and then Carlin Cowan. Ms. Diaz-Taveras, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Time begins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kallos and the members of the New York City Council Committee on Contracts. I am Beatrice Diaz-Taveras, the Executive Director for Catholic Charities Community Services, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify today. To the grave disappointment of Catholic Charities Community Services and the sector at large, the progress that was made through the Nonprofit Resiliency Committee was swiftly eliminated without consent from or collaboration with the Nonprofit Center when the city announced the rescinding of the commitment to fund the indirect rate initiative. Citing COVID-19 budgetary constraints as a determining factor, the city reversed all of the progress and the years of work that we had invested into the initiative overnight. And I would just like to say, we had applied for the initiative, were approved at a rate, and we have not, we've invoiced, but have not received a penny because all our contracts are still part of that 2000 amendment that was mentioned by Jennifer at the beginning. For this current fiscal year, for fiscal year 20, our budget shortfall is over $270,000. And for fiscal year 21, our budget shortfall is projected to be over $200,000. And as many of my colleagues have mentioned, during the pandemic, we stepped up to the plate. We were there in the neighborhoods. We ran the emergency food pantries. We were helping our clients. We were on the front lines. In fact, all of our essential workers should be considered first responders because our workers were there. And they are the Black and the brown men and women of the neighborhoods. But it is, whenever we have increased services, we also have increased operational expenses where the indirect rate and our operations need the funding. So I do urge the council, and I know I'm speaking to the converted, to please continue. On another note, we also have to talk about discretionary contracts because we are not allowed to apply the indirect rate to our discretionary contracts. And that is something that we do need to look into further, and we urge the council to consider. So I don't want to belabor the point because I think most of my colleagues are on the same page, and I thank you for this opportunity. And I wish everybody a blessed and safe Thanksgiving this year.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Paula Magnus, followed by Carlin Cowan, and then Nicole McVinua. Ms. Magnus, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Time begins. Well,
Ms. Magnus, your microphone is still on mute. Will the muter please, there we go. Looks like you're good now, Ms. Magnus.
Okay, so I'm by phone. Do you hear me? I want to make sure you hear me.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, great. To the City Council, thank you for this opportunity, and to my fellow providers. I too believe it feels like preaching to the choir based on what I've heard this morning and now this afternoon. Who should be listening to this testimony right now should be the individuals that came up with the initial amount of 34 million, and for whoever had the amount to right size it. That's who we should be talking to right now. Also, not sure why Mox couldn't give the dollar amount so the council had the important information to make decisions going forward. Since all of us agencies know what dollar amounts we didn't get, I'm not understanding why they don't know what amount they didn't give. But we applied for 510,000. We only got 60%, so 40% we didn't get. So was a shortfall for 2020 for us, $250,000. So I'm personally interested as to why they weren't able to give that basic information. By the way, my staff followed up a few weeks ago about our contracts being amended, and we were told they are behind schedule. So our amounts have not been registered and for sure not invoiced. It's a lot of work for Mox, and it's a lot of administrative work for us agencies, all the paperwork, all the costs to come up with the indirect costs. And me, as a financial staff member, currently the deputy director and financial officer, close to 25 years at Northside Center for Child Development. I remember when the indirect allowance was 25%. Now we're being told the basic indirect amount is 10%, which doesn't explain, especially all the additional paperwork required. We have facilities in Harlem, Bronx, Brooklyn, and I respectfully testify to the importance of the funding needed to assist covering the indirect costs. It must remain. The most vulnerable, as you've heard, citizens are at stake. Some agencies have already closed during this COVID crisis. These are challenging times, and as we know, every penny matters. So for years, administrative indirect requirements have been added to city contracts, unfunded mandates as they're known. Thankfully, the city has acknowledged that. They've done the research. They've added the monies or talked about adding the monies to the contract. So to certify the financial strain, we'd have to go through CPAs to make that happen. So we must be given those dollars. Now more than ever, it's the time for the city to stay committed and provide all the dollars needed to agencies to survive. We've heard about the computer needs, the virtual world, the data. We now have funds that are needed for services for our suffering New Yorkers such as mental health, education, childcare, before they're devastated. The indirect funds have been promised for years. Struggling organizations have already included in their current operational budget. And again, we plead that the full amount for indirect costs from 2020 as well as 2021 is added back to our contracts. I thank you so much. Again, Paula Magnus, the Deputy Director and CFO of Northside Center for Child Development.
Thank you, Ms. Magnus. Next, we will hear from Carlin Cowan, followed by Nicole McVinua, and then David Collins. Ms. Cowan, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlin Cowan, pronouns they, them, and I'm the Chief Policy and Public Affairs Officer at the Chinese American Planning Council. Thank you so much, Councilmember Kallos, Councilmember Rosenthal, and the rest of the council for your commitment to this issue. I apologize, I'm actually in the car right now doing a food distribution while I do this testimony. And while I know it's not ideal, it's actually very fitting because the point that this actually makes is that for nonprofit organizations that are trying to meet our community members' needs, when our community members are going hungry, it does not matter whether an employee is an indirect employee or an employee is under a program. We are all working together and filling in needs where necessary to meet our community members' needs. When our community members are facing eviction, are trying to connect to remote learning, are struggling with unemployment and lack of support during this pandemic, it really doesn't matter whether they are still calculating the money on an initiative or not. What we need is the funds in order to meet our community members' needs. CPC has been at the front lines of this pandemic since the day that it started. And in fact, even before, because Asian Americans felt the effects of the economic crisis before any other community. Yet, while the city promised to keep us whole so that we could meet the needs of those hit hardest by this pandemic, what we've actually seen is that they've cut $1 million from our funding. We've had to lay off 150 staff, and indirect funding, which is actually the critical glue to our organization's funding, was clawed back after the fact, after we had already approved our budget and closed our budget for FY20, leaving us with a $250,000 gap. And we now see another gap of $600,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. We urge the city to honor its commitments to keep our organizations whole so that we can meet our community members' most urgent needs instead of scrambling to find the funding from one place or another. And what we see is that in the November plan, when there has been money added to the budget and the city has found money to bring in new cadets to the NYPD, there has not been money added for indirect. And so once again, we are prioritizing over policing our communities rather than feeding people, housing people, and meeting their basic needs. We urge the council to hold the administration accountable for ensuring that indirect is included in this year's budget and is funded back for 2020 fiscal year. And we also urge the city to ensure that our organizations are fully funded so that we don't have to keep coming back to the city for our basic needs and we can just focus on supporting our communities throughout this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cowan. Next, we will hear from Nicole McVinua, followed by David Collins, and then Veronica Wong. Nicole McVinua, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Good afternoon, Chair Kallos and Councilmember Rosenthal. My name is Nicole McVinue, and I'm the Director of Policy at Urban Pathways. Urban Pathways is a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider. We assist single adults through a unique combination of street outreach, drop-in services, safe havens, extended stay residences, and permanent supportive housing. Last year, Urban Pathways served over 3,900 New Yorkers. As you know, and everyone on this call knows, nonprofit human service providers have been underfunded for many years. City contracted organizations have typically received between 85 cents to 87 cents for every dollar of the actual cost to run our programs. The area of the budget that has been historically neglected is the indirect costs. For us, that includes our human resources, our IT, our accounting, our rents, and other infrastructure costs. The results is that nonprofit human service providers typically operate at a deficit and are forced to make up the difference through private fundraising. That's the case for our organization. We were beyond thrilled when the announcement came out for the indirect costs rate initiative. It would have made the difference for us of operating on a break-even budget instead of starting at a deficit. This was the groundbreaking decision. And so we, would have been able to use our fundraised dollars to expand our existing services, grow our programs, benefit current clients, future clients, and we were really excited to see that happen. Unfortunately, we never saw it come fully to fruition following the release of the FY21 budget. We were informed that 40% of our increased rate would not be funded for FY20. The result for our organization is a retroactive cut of $387,553. Having planned on how that money would be used, a retroactive cut is particularly harmful, as many folks have pointed out today. That is money cut for services already rendered that we cannot go back and unspend. Further, to answer Councilmember Rosenthal's question, we have still not received the reimbursement for the FY20 funds that we've been promised. We've also been told that the city does not know how much of the ICR will be funded in FY21. 5 months into the fiscal year, this is making it impossible to plan our budget. Compounding this, as many have also mentioned, is the increased cost related to the COVID-19 pandemic. We've increased our spending significantly on PPE for staff and clients, to expand deep cleaning of our facilities, to expand Wi-Fi access, which is now critical for our clients to receive telemedicine and virtual therapeutic services. We've also were able to pay up until mid-October an increased rate for our direct service employees who are working on site at our 24/7 residences. And we can no longer pay that because we were planning to pay it out of the indirect cost rate increase. And now we cannot pay that hazard pay to our employees that are working on site any longer. I know I'm over time. I just want to also point out the damage that would be done if the city reverts our contracts back to the 10% de minimis rate because of the cost manual, formalizing where costs fall. Rents for our program sites now fall under our indirect cost rate, which is a significant cost. We rent properties to have a drop-in center near Port Authority and have, safe havens in Manhattan. So these are really high costs. And if we went back to the 10% de minimis rate, we would actually take a significant cut to our overall budget because we wouldn't be able to go back and claim those rates in our program budgets, which is what we had been doing previous to the ICR manual. So I just think that's important to point out. And I know it was asked how much folks were paying for their CPA certified rate. We invested $5,000 to get our rate certified. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I apologize for going over time.
Thank you, Ms. McVinua. Next, we will hear from David Collins, then Veronica Wong, and then D. Alexandra Dyer. Mr. Collins, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Callis, members of the committee, and everybody else for hanging in there with us. I'm David Collins. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Children's Village and Harlem Dowling, two organizations founded in New York City in the early 1800s. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of our President and CEO, Dr. Jeremy Kahumban, who's also the Board Chair of the Human Services Council. At the Children's Village in Harlem Dowling, we're a team almost 2,000 strong, and we're privileged to serve over 20,000 resilient New Yorkers. While our mission is expansive, it can be summarized best with this phrase: what children need most is the love and belonging of family. Needless separation is destructive. We do everything we can to support, preserve, and create family for children. When the pandemic reached New York City and the economy shut down, schools closed, and those with safe homes retreated, we stayed. Our programs remained open, and our multiple locations around New York, including in the Bronx, Harlem, Flushing, Bayside, the Rockaways, and Jamaica, worked on overdrive. Many of the children and families we're privileged to know were among the hardest hit, facing unemployment, crowded living conditions, and often forced into duty as caregivers for children and the elderly. Many struggled to access crucial prescriptions or put food on the table. Foster and birth families alike were forced to become educators overnight, though many lacked access to broadband internet, laptops, or tablets, leaving students helpless. They needed our help, and we refused to leave them behind. By the end of March 2020, Amazon actually banned Children's Village from purchasing Amazon Fire tablets because we were ordering them in bulk. I think their algorithm thought that we were reselling them to make a profit. What we were actually doing was delivering tablets and hotspots to students who needed them for school and to families who were separated from their kids and forced to visit over video. Our physicians were helping with medical prescriptions, and our centers in Harlem and Highbridge were distributing PPE and food, with hundreds of people standing in line for hours. In those early days, some people who stood online unfortunately still got nothing. Like most nonprofits, we stayed. We did not shut down and retreat to remote, and we did not leave our people behind or let them down. But New York City let all of us down. I think it's been well articulated by the other folks who've testified, so I won't belabor the point. But I'll just say we did work for years to help the city and the council understand the impact that the reduced indirect rate was having. We worked with the city in good faith to correct this inequality, but when we needed the funds the most during the painful haze of the pandemic, with no discussion, we were hit with a retroactive cut. Councilmember Rosenthal, in answer to your question, for us, the retroactive cut in FY20 was about $400,000. Our contract amendments are still pending, and so we have neither invoiced nor been reimbursed. I hope the Contracts Committee can help reverse this betrayal. We are part of the city's crucial infrastructure, and we do deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next, we will hear from Veronica Wong, followed by D. Alexandra Dyer, and then Yolanda McBride. Ms. Wong, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Time begins now.
Chair Kalos, Council Member Rosenthal, and members of the committee, thank you for your time to speak. My name is Veronica Wong, and I'm the Advocacy Director for University Settlement. For 134 years, University Settlement has been one of New York City's most dynamic social justice institutions. In the fall, we resumed our in-person early childhood programming, and the city approached us to run 5 in-person learning labs to support the children of essential workers in Brooklyn and Manhattan, which we were honored to do. In this context, we must express our dismay at the city's decision to withdraw from its funding commitment to cover more of the true operational costs of nonprofits. By only receiving 60% of the funding we were promised for fiscal year 20, we experienced a loss of $338,000. And even if we can accommodate an unknown, likely significant budget gap for fiscal year 21, no organization should experience this amount of budgetary instability due to the city's lack of transparency. And to answer Councilmember Rosenthal's question, I believe we have been paid for some of our indirect costs, but at our old rate, which is 10 or 12%, depending on the contract, but we haven't been paid for all of our indirect costs for all of our fiscal year 20 contracts yet. So like all nonprofits, we know well how administrative and operational costs take a back seat to programmatic needs. But the truth is no organization can provide high quality programming without a robust and reliable operational infrastructure. So I'm going to use our learning labs, which the city approached us to offer as examples for 2 ways reduced operational capacity hurts our programming. Indirect costs, as many have noted, fund our back-end staff, which includes our HR and IT departments. For our early childhood and youth programming, we have to run extensive background clearance on all of our staff. So we need a knowledgeable HR team to shepherd and complete this lengthy hiring process in a timely way because we can't offer programming without staff in place. And to note, when the city approached us to run these learning labs, we were ready to do so within weeks. But obviously we need an IT department to provide all of this virtual programming or virtual support. So by not fully funding our indirect rate, the city ignores the very technological infrastructure we need to run these labs. But additionally, starving our operations has ramifications beyond our programming as well. For example, every year we use hundreds of local vendors for our programs, and without full indirect funding, we may not be able to maintain the same level of contracts with local small businesses. Also, access to clean and well-maintained facilities should not be restricted to the wealthy or be a privilege reserved for-profit institutions, and to maintain our facilities requires staff and resources, which are indirect costs. And finally, nonprofits are anchors in their communities through programming, but also through offering opportunity and paid work. And we contract with many individual consultants who depend on us for work. Artists for early childhood classes, learning specialists for youth, exercise teachers for our seniors. The budgetary uncertainty renders it difficult for us to budget for hiring or have the HR team to process this hiring. So with this public health crisis accelerating inequality across New York, we cannot think of a more inopportune time to implement the austerity model that we know does not work for our communities. In the months ahead, New York City will rely on nonprofits like University Settlement and the networks we are a part of to provide programming for our children so they are healthy, socially engaged, and supported in their learning, to provide material aid through food and housing support for those facing economic stress, to be a trusted source of public health information and distributor of resources, and to strengthen a city through caring for our communities. University Settlement is always proud to do our part to support our city. We just hope our city can support us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Next, we will hear from D. Alexandra Dyer, followed by Yolanda McBride, and then Anthony Edwards. Ms. Dyer, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Carlos and Councilmember Rosenthal and members of the committee for this opportunity to speak on such an important matter. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Riseboro Community Partnership, headquartered in Brooklyn. For the past 47 years, it has delivered services to seniors for home care, assisted living programs, education, the building of affordable housing, and an array of empowerment services. We employ approximately 1,800 individuals. I have spent 43 years within the not-for-profit sector, and I will tell you that in that time, the most difficult issue that we have faced is on the back end of it, the constraint with not having enough funding for indirect costs. And so it was with great joy that we embarked on the city's initiative to now bring the indirect cost rate to where it should be. The de minimis rate of 10% we have always known was not sufficient. We spent over $15,000 to have the cost rate certified at 20.07%. That delta would in fact have added $907,000 to the budget. And the 60% reduction will now eliminate $363,000. So insult to injury to finally be looking at the restoration of adequate indirect cost funding, which other speakers have referenced for human resources, particularly now during this pandemic with remote connectivity for services, IT services, maintenance, which has now gone through the roof in terms of the cost for sanitizing, et cetera, will not be able to be met. And so we have not received and have not had any amended contracts registered, nor have we received any funding associated with that. And certainly we cannot continue to function. It is a prescription for financial catastrophe to have nonprofits function to support the safety net for all New Yorkers and to not be adequately funded to perform those services. I thank you for your time. We look forward to working with any and all partners to see these funds restored. And again, we thank you so much for your efforts on our behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Next, we will hear from Yolanda McBride, followed by Anthony Edwards, and then Michelle A. DeMott. Yolanda McBride, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda McBride, Director of Public Policy at Children's Aid. I would like to thank Chair Ben Kallos and the Committee on Contracts for the opportunity to testify today. Children's Aid is committed to ensuring there are no boundaries to the aspirations of young people and no limits to their potential. Our nearly 2,000 full and part-time staff members empower about 50,000 children, youth and their families through our network of 40 locations in 4 New York City neighborhoods: Harlem, Washington Heights, the South Bronx, and the North Shore of Staten Island. Children's Aid has incurred considerable costs resulting from the pandemic and had also spent the indirect rate money that we were promised. To illustrate a clear picture of our current financial situation, Our fiscal year 21 annual budget is 148.3 million, of which 63% is funded by government contracts and grants. City contracts total 79.1 million, or nearly 1/2 of our total budget. And to answer the questions by Councilmember Rosenthal, yes, we have an approved new rate. We've been paid for indirect at our old rate, but have not received funding for the approved new rate. We only have 3 of the 72 amendments registered so far, and we were supposed to receive 2.9 million in additional indirect funding to address our true cost in fiscal year 20. That amount was reduced to 1.7 million, so we lost about 1.2 million in funding for fiscal year 20 that we have to figure out. And we haven't received any funding again on the approved new rate. We also paid $9,000 to a firm to help us calculate our rates and get them certified. So I just wanted to make sure those questions were answered. I also wanted to just share some examples of the kind of costs like nonprofits like Children's Aid are incurring, making the need for restoring the indirect cuts even more critical. Like other organizations, we had to lay off and furlough our staff. And what I want to also make clear is that we've had to absorb extended unemployment benefit obligations as a result of that. So between March and September, we had 1.5 million in unbudgeted costs for unemployment benefit, and we're currently averaging about 400,000 a month in unemployment insurance benefits currently. Like everyone else, we're relying on IT, remote services, and our IT team is a small and mighty team, but they're responsible for managing the upkeep of 4,000 devices. And for nearly 2,000 staff, we're talking about a ratio of 1 to about 666 staff members. And without the indirect rate, we are unable to ramp up critical behind the scenes supports. If we lease a new facility, if we lease a facility for a program, we can charge the contract for rent. However, if we use space we own, most city contracts won't cover or allow us to add facilities depreciation costs to the budget.
Time expired.
And so we currently own 6 facilities, and we're only able to cover 12% or 306,000 of our 3.8 million facilities depreciation costs in fiscal year 20. So with every contract we take from the city, we lose money because we have to fill the gaps. Like other organizations, we kept working and we did not stop supporting our families and our communities. And these cuts do not impact all New Yorkers equally, but rather disproportionately impact communities that have already been hardest hit by COVID-19 due to structural racism and income inequality. And so with that, we love our city, and we stand ready to work with the city council and administration to support the recovery and the revitalization of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Next, we will hear from Anthony Edwards, followed by Michelle A. DeMott, followed by Lou Bader. Mr. Edwards, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Edwards. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Sheltering Arms. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to testify today. Sheltering Arms is one of the city's largest providers of education, youth development, and community and family well-being programs for the Bronx, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. In fiscal year 20, Sheltering Arms was approved an 11% indirect rate, which would have meant an increase of 1.3 million across our fiscal year 20 contracts. However, the cut in the indirect rate meant that we were not reimbursed for expenses that was budgeted and spent in fiscal year 20 on core infrastructure, such as payroll systems, processing of payroll, and technology for our 1,200 staff, some of which are working remotely for remote therapy, remote learning, client meetings, etc., including improving Wi-Fi, maintaining computers and laptops, upgrading our license for LogMeIn and VPN access. In fiscal year 20, also PPE and cleaning of administrative staff offices for staff whose work could not be completed remotely, those expenses are not covered because, again, the indirect rate was reduced. In fiscal year 20, we spent more than 1.2 million on PPE for cleaning and emergency supplies, which much of that was reimbursed, but approximately 70,000 of that is not eligible for reimbursement. In fiscal year 21, we're projecting a budgeted deficit for the first time in more than 10 years. This is all because of the major cuts to indirect rate. The deficit of 618,000 is largely driven by unreimbursed indirect costs due to cuts in the indirect rate. Now, as the city is making these cuts, in July, the city added new requirements for monthly invoice submission for reimbursement-based contracts. These new process is tedious and time-consuming and mean that while the city is actively cutting how much we are paid for indirect, they're also actively increasing our indirect expenses by increasing the administrative burden required in order for us to get paid for the services provided. The city is starving its essential businesses, and I ask the city must fully fund the ICR in order to stabilize the human service sector and ensure we will be here to serve our communities throughout the recovery and for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Next, we will hear from Michelle A. DeMott, followed by Lou Bader, and then Michael Winter. Ms. DeMott, you may begin when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Kallos and the distinguished members of the City Council. I am Michelle DeMott, and I'm the Chief of Staff to Mitchell Nedburn, President and CEO of Samaritan Daytop Village. I first want to thank you for your continued support during these challenging times. Samaritan Daytop Village is a nationally recognized human services organization that provides comprehensive services to more than 33,000 people each year through a network of over 60 facilities, primarily located in the 5 boroughs of New York City, and depends on funding from the City Council to continue to safely provide those services. We offer a rich array of programs, including treatment for mental health issues and substance use disorder, transitional and supportive permanent housing, and innovative services for veterans, homeless individuals, women, children, youth, seniors, and families. Long before this crisis hit, city government has asked us to do more with less. Leading into the pandemic, we cautioned legislators that without systemic change, our city's COVID-19 response and recovery would be at risk. But instead of listening to expertise and investing in the most vulnerable New Yorkers and in the communities most impacted, the city responded by reducing some contracts as well as indirect funding. The clients that we serve are among the most vulnerable New Yorkers, including those who are low to no income with complex medical and behavioral health needs. These cuts do not impact all New Yorkers equally. They disproportionately impact communities that have already been hardest hit by COVID-19 due to structural racism, albinism, and income inequality. Our programs were already operating on razor-thin margins before the pandemic. We actually had to spend $3,939,705 unbudgeted dollars for COVID-related expenses, for technology for staff and clients to enable telehealth and education for our children in our shelters and our schools, purchasing PPE, and adding additional cleanings. Because of cuts to human services, including indirect funding, New York City's government contracted human services sectors have laid off over 40,000 workers. In order to ensure that we remain fiscally sound, we have been forced to make prudent but painful financial decisions, including eliminating positions and furloughing staff. We quickly adapted our services to continue reaching our clients safely amid the pandemic. To mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and to comply with governmental mandates, we immediately adjusted our program operations to include telehealth platforms. In order to continue to deliver these critical services, we had to purchase devices for both clients and staff, incurring a huge expense. Additionally, we had to provide both staff and clients with PPE, enhancing our cleaning and disinfecting protocols, including hiring outsourced vendors, adjusting policies and workforce, and took guidance from city, state, and federal partners. We know that our services are essential and life-saving, which is why our programs continue to operate without interruption. We have stood ready to help our city and our communities recover from COVID-19. We know that the long-term success of New York requires the full range of services that human services sectors provide. With the financial support of the City Council, we can ensure that New Yorkers regain their health and well-being, and that our city fulfills its commitment to take care of those in need. I thank you on behalf of Samaritan Daytop Village, and we look forward to continuing to be on the front lines in partnership with you and your communities to serve the most vulnerable New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeMott. Next, we will hear from Lou Bader, followed by Michael Winter. And if there's anybody who still wishes to testify and their name has not been called, please use the Zoom raise hand function now. Mr. Bader, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Bader. I'm the Finance Director for Counseling in Schools. I'd first like to take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. Counseling in Schools is a community-based organization. We've been working in schools, community centers, and shelters across the city of New York since 1986, providing mental health services. In any given year, we embed social workers and youth workers in locations to directly work with between 7,000 and 10,000 students every year. We help them with their social and emotional growth, which I think you'll agree is as important as intellectual growth. I came to Counseling in Schools 5 years ago after spending 40 years in Fortune 500 companies. There, the goal is to maximize profit and shareholder value. Counseling in Schools and the other organizations that are testifying here today have a different mission. Ours is one that is founded on the principle that our communities are strong, our schools are strong, families are strong, and the children we serve are strong, and that together we can ensure that every student realizes their full potential. The city, state, and federal governments have always asked us to do more with less. Frankly, we've always been glad to do that. But when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the city's response was not to invest in the communities most impacted. Rather, the response was to cut our contracts and retroactively reduce our funding. In our case, Counseling in Schools chose to take the 10% de minimis rate so that we could focus our efforts on meeting the immediate needs of the pandemic and not of what seemed like an endless stream of back and forth modifications to Excel spreadsheets. Therefore, Councilwoman Rosenthal, there are no dollars missed for 2020. But 2021 is going to be a different story because we're taking a double hit. Besides the indirect rate cut, when the new budget for 2021 was first announced, the Department of Education's Office of Community Schools was hit with a $9 million cut, which was ultimately reduced to $6 million. But what that meant was it was a 4.7% decrease to all community school budgets, including ours. We'll lose $180,000. That includes a 4.7% direct decrease to our indirect funding for those programs. And then they're going to take more. We don't know how much because we've not been told how much of our indirect funding will be cut in 2021. This has forced us to reduce spending on supplies for students, furlough some of our employees, and cut back on services we provide, all while increasing spending on technology and communications, training our staff to do their work remotely, and equipping them with the tools to do so. Indirect funding does much more than just pay the rent. During the pandemic, it provided us with funding to provide food to families suffering from food insecurity, gave students computers who would not otherwise have the ability to learn remotely, and communications platforms like Zoom that enable our staff to communicate with students, parents, school staff, and each other to provide the services during these unprecedented times. Counseling in Schools and every organization testifying before you today have always worked with the city in good faith. Nonprofits helped the city develop the cost manual. We advocated for you. We followed the city's implementation plan. We invested resources to get our rates certified. In our case, it cost us $11,000. We were not reimbursed for our time or the money we spent. We didn't ask for it. And we've yet to receive any funds related to the revised indirect rate. Let me be clear, because of the lack of transparency and the city's decision to not honor their commitment, we are now worse off than we were when the process started. The retroactive cuts to the indirect cost rate in fiscal 2020 and the repeated underfunding of the program in fiscal 21 are devastating because they impact us across our entire budget. Trying to replace that budget for mental services, especially for children in the middle of a pandemic, is not about our bottom line. It's about preventing the undermining of the scope and effectiveness of essential services during a time of growing need and doing the foundational work for our city's recovery. Let me say that again, the foundational work for our city's recovery. I know I'm over time, so I'll stop here. I'll just say, don't make our children pay for the city's inability to be fiscally responsible. Thank you, and I apologize for going long.
Thank you, Mr. Bader. Our last panelist for today will be Michael Winter. As a reminder to anybody who remains on the Zoom hearing but has not yet registered to testify, please use the Zoom raise hand function now. Mr. Winter, you may begin when the sergeant's call time.
Starting time.
I'd like to thank the chair and the committee for allowing me to testify today. It's been a nice experience hearing all of the other problems that everyone else is sharing, very similar to what Lantern Community Services is going through. Just really brief, I submitted testimony in advance, so I won't go into like everything Lantern does, but we basically work with New Yorkers that are threatened with homelessness. We're funded by the Department of Homeless Services. We're funded HRA. We're funded by UHMH. We get some state money. And as someone I'm the chief financial officer for the organization. And actually, when the initiative came out, I was, it was kind of exciting to look at it and to see how they're actually going to go about in right-sizing contracts, particularly our organization. And I don't know how many of the other 261 organizations are kind of in the same situation. We had a lot of our indirect costs embedded in our contracts as direct costs, which made the analysis on how this would all work out just a little bit more complicated when we need to do our template. And I think a really good example is you can take my position. I should be, by every set of standards, 100% admin. 88% of my salary is listed as direct in contracts. So part of this whole right-sizing endeavor, besides paying us correctly, all of us correctly for our indirect money, was to fix the contracts and rebalance what was embedded and then reconciling your indirect rate. Very challenging endeavor. I basically, myself and one of my controller, we did it ourselves. We did have to pay him $5,000 to have the rate certified by our CPA. Our rate got accepted. I can say that we have not seen any money for it. We did get notification of an amendment yesterday. So one of our, I think 2 out of our 20 plus contracts now have an amendment that's in the works. But then that's going to entail us going back and doing a modifications for all of our contracts for FY20 in order to see that money, to see the indirect money. We'll have to remodify all of our contracts for FY21, and hopefully moving forward as we do new contracts. Although I have a really I have a, we did a new shelter contract, and as part of the contract, there's program admin that are like staff that run the program. And as we've done in other contracts, when we put that individual on the contract, we were told that OMB has said that's an administrative indirect cost. And when we go back, we have an approved indirect rate. The agency is like, sorry, all you get is 10%. And kind of one of the last things I'll say is that there's a disconnect from MOGS to the contract funding agencies and then to the providers on how all this is going to work. Because, you have to modify all your contracts. And it's just, I don't think the city has rolled it out well to the program sites. I mean, the funding agencies. So it's just, it's somewhat frustrating. I'm hoping it'll get better, and this testimony and everyone chiming in today will make a difference. Right now, it looks like we're $300,000 in a hole from 20 and 21. I'm not certain. As we get amendments, we really have to look at them and kind of determine the financial value of it. It's not even an amendment that goes back to FY20. They'll now give us an amendment that's for 3 years. And it's just a lot of work for not-for-profits to do that already work on a razor-thin edge, particularly from the administrative support function area. I thank everyone here today, and whatever we can continue to move to force the city to commit to what they've committed to and funding us correctly for indirect rate would be really appreciated. I thank everyone for their efforts. And if I'm the last one talking, I hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for putting in a 4.5-hour hearing the day before Thanksgiving, when I know a lot of us want to let people go home early for the Thanksgiving holiday. And I hope folks, as soon as we're done with this, can do so, my staff included. I do want to wish all of you a happy Thanksgiving in spite of the fact that everyone is struggling and the city isn't doing right by you. We are going to keep fighting. I asked for 5 things in this hearing, and we will continue to push for them. If you haven't already submitted your testimony, if you gave testimony verbally on this Zoom, please submit it to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours. Please also copy contracts@benkalos.com. We want to make sure we're able to share your stories and that your testimony becomes part of the permanent record. And I want to thank the committee staff, Councilmember Rosenthal, for sticking with us throughout the entire hearing, and just 30 of you who came out, gave strong testimony, and I'm hoping that, if anything, the mayor heard that he can't do this anymore, and that we found several $100 million in savings, and we should be spending it here in the nonprofit communities and paying you for the money that we promised you, keeping our word and paying it forward. So thank you. Have a happy Thanksgiving. And this isn't over yet, because it can't be over yet, because we have to support you. With that, this hearing is hereby adjourned.